our freedom, who art in privacy, hallowed be thy exemption. Thy Vonu home base come, thou will be free, on earth as it is in Vonu. Give us this day our daily Linux, and forgive us our trespasses as we burn those who trespass against us, and lead us not into jail, but exempt us from evil. Amen.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Good day, fellow freedom pioneers. Dope General Willie 2 here, coming to you with a PAZNIA mutual aid request. Some of you may remember our friend Corey Hughes. Rayo2 had him on the Vonu podcast a couple of times to discuss Kerry Thornley's role in JFK assassination. Thane Riddle had him on to cover some CIA spycraft and identity transfer operations regarding Lee Harvey Oswald. In short, this dude is the preeminent JFK researcher to date, probably the only one worth giving your attention to. But his work goes much deeper than that. Unfortunately, our brother Corey was recently diagnosed with stage 3 rectal cancer. It was a weird genetic tinge, making the situation a bit more complicated. The success rates aren't bad, but the stress of having to deal with human doctors, exorbitant human medical bills, and the prospects of your life ending quicker than you think. That's fucking tough, man. Let's help our brother Corey through these hard times as we can. If you have any spare dollars, donate directly to him by visiting buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook. Again, buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook. If you want to donate Monero or Bitcoin, visit PAZNIA.com/Corey to be taken to the crypto crowdfunding platform Rayo2 Setup. The PAZNIA Radio Network has already made a small donation. Please consider doing the same. Again, buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook to donate fiat directly to Corey, or PAZNIA.com/Corey to donate Monero or Bitcoin via the campaign Rayo2 Setup.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new PAZNIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchists, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.paznia.com. Again, lbry.paznia.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out. You think you know chance? You think you know risk? You're living in the shadows, folks, waiting, hoping, but hope doesn't pay the bills, and it certainly doesn't pay in Monero. Introducing the PAZNIA Lottery. That's right, the PAZNIA 50-50 raffle. We are shaking up the system, we are throwing the odds into a hat, and we are pulling out a winner. Here's the deal, here's the terms, here's the agreement, and I'm gonna say it loud so you don't miss it. Won the entry. You want in? You gotta pay 0.01 XMR. That's a decentero. One tiny sliver of privacy coin, and that gets you one PAZNIA point, one piece of paper in the hat. 0.04 XMR. You get 4 pieces of paper, 4 chances, 4 slips. The more you put in, the more you're in the hat. But listen to me, contributions below 0.01 XMR, no. They don't go in the hat. They don't go back in your pocket. They are non-refundable. Do not send less than 0.01. If you do, you're just tipping the house, and we don't want tips. We want entries. to the pool. We are transparent. We are open. A view key will be shared so everyone can see the full raffle pool. We ain't hiding nothing. You put it in, we show it. That's integrity. That's PAZNIA style. 3, the selection. Mark your calendars. January 1st. The second the clock strikes midnight, we start shaking. We shake it up. We shake it down. We shake it round and round. And then the self-liberation prayer. You read it, you feel it, you believe it, and then pop. The winner is chosen. And here's the best part. 50% of the total pool goes to the winner directly to the payout address you left. The other 50 goes to keep the lights on, keep the servers running, keep the freedom alive. It's a win-win. Unless you're the winner, then it's a win-win-win. But wait, there's a catch, a small one. You must leave a Monero payout address via XMR chat. If you don't, we can't pay you. If we can't reach you, that's on you. We ain't guessing. We ain't searching. You leave the address, you get the money. Simple as that. And while we won't share your contact info publicly, leave a way to contact us. Don't be a ghost. If you're a ghost, you don't get paid. So here's what you do. Go to PAZNIA.com/raffle. Make a contribution of at least 0.01 XMR. Leave your XMR address in the message field. Tell your friends. Tell your neighbors. Tell the guy next door who thinks he's safe. The more contributors, the bigger the pot. The bigger the pot, the bigger the prize. The PAZNIA lottery. Enter before December 31st, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. CST. Don't wait, the clock is ticking, the hat is ready, and the freedom is calling. I am Billy Mays, and I'm here to help you win big. PAZNIA.com/raffle.
Wake up, hungover from low-end hookers the night before. Pop some Adderall and get me out of bed and walk over to the shower door. I hold my schlong in my hand and start stroking it as I look in the mirror. Get ready for a press conference, a climax as I think about myself on TV without fear. The reporters wanna know why we are blowing up the Middle East. Wait, the Alliance wanna know why they can't have a bigger feast. Man, this is such a pain being a politician, so much responsibility. Short of stock on inside info because democracy is civility. The reporters wanna know why we are blowing up the Middle East. Raytheon lobbyists wanna know why they can't have a bigger feast. Man, this is such a pain being a politician, so much responsibility. Short of stock on inside info because democracy is civility. Standing in front of the reporters, my dick is getting a little bit hard. Think about people who are watching me on the TV, man, I know they are a bunch of tards. Get a text from Epstein, get a text from Diddy. My phone is blowing up, gross fantasies make me giddy. I laugh as I think about all the dead kids in Ukraine. Thinking about lunch where the Lockheed lobbyists will get brain. Hop on Twitter to slander my political rival. Gotta make him look real bad for my own survival. Can't stop thinking about sex and myself. Thinking about getting a midget, those sexy elves. I can't get enough time to look at myself in the mirror. Why is it considered a crime to have corrupted morals so clear? This is the life of a politician, keeping secrets and telling lies. Life spinning past me, oh how time flies. People love me even though I'm a piece of shit. I know that I am the definition of hypocrite, but I don't really care because I get what I want. Being above the law is something that I could flaunt. My constituents can't afford taxes or to own a home, but we tax them so we can continue funding the Iron Dome. There's crisis domestically, but I'd rather do fraud abroad. Don't dare to tell me my logic's flawed. Standing in front of the reporters, my dick is getting a little bit hard. Thinking about people who are watching me on the TV, man, I know they are a bunch of tards.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby, gush bush bush, my niggas, it is I, Thane Riddle, the fresh prince of privacy, security, and decentralization, punching in for another underpaid shift boss. The great Thane Riddle, I mean, not the other one. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We are live on Zap.stream, maybe. If you're a Bitcoin fag, zap us on Zap.stream or Noster, which is how those of that lifestyle choice say send Lightning Bitcoin over Noster. If you're Monero Chad, you can send us Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Whatever you do, tell them Thane sent you. Give me free content to help me kill time on the show. And go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. Leave messages there. I'll read them sooner or later. I don't know. Also take live call-ins later. PAZNIA.com/call-to. On today's show, I'm going to have a down-to-earth tip for once. It's going to be about everyday carry, which the cool kids that hang out under the stairwell in the mall say. That's what we call EDC. That's it. Here's some news.
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
The news does not look that long, which, sounds nice because it's the shitty part of the show. Well, relatively speaking. So, here's hoping I can burn a lot of time with my fucking down-to-earth tip later. And you can send in some more messages or something.
Wow, what a great audience.
Who cares? We're just going to play. We'll fill up the rest of the time by playing Trailer Park Boys clips and stuff like that. I'm sure it'll work out. In PAZNIA news, which is brought to you by the PAZNIA Monero raffle at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA lottery. The Veritas embassy is up. It has risen like a phoenix from the ashes. Or rather, it's been lowered onto the ashes by a crane. That's it. It's just some shitty little house or something. They lowered it on there, and there was a guy with a crane. Everyone was watching the videos. Everybody who downloaded the video within 5 minutes of it being uploaded, because that's how SimpleX works. If you upload a file on an XFTP server in SimpleX, it stays there for about 5 minutes. So whoever was there and had a high enough bandwidth to download the video in 5 minutes or less, which excludes most ashwagandhans, because we only have mesh networks. We don't have any ISPs. But yeah, I'm sure it was a brilliant video. I'm sure it looked so cool. We can't wait to buy their stickers. They've got some. Apparently, the crane guys are like cool guys who have Killdozer themed stickers for their company. So yeah, go install yourself upon the embassy for all your needs. You can go in there to make a claim to PAZNIan citizenship by making up a story about how you were born there or whatever. In digital news, which is brought to you by Jamin Biconick's ghost devices at liberty under attack.com/Thane, THANE, with some fucking laptops and smartphones and so forth that come with modified hardware, open source firmware, and or open source software to remove backdoors and surveillance while empowering you, boss. Go to fucking libertyunderattack.com/Thane to get yourself some ghost devices. Or if you want something not listed there, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. I still didn't read the digital news, actually. So there's not much here. Sorry about that. Maybe next week we'll have a 2 or 3 week backlog on digital news. Hopefully nothing happened to do with computers or anything. I don't know. But here's something I put in digital news, even though you could argue that it belongs somewhere else. More cyber attacks on U.S. feds. you might recall the water treatment facility hacks that were happening not that long ago. And there's some other stuff. It's kind of a bit of a trend, you might say. But and I'm gonna bring that up more actually in like war news because I think it's a state actor. But in digital news, you should know that if you're a fag who ever got something registered with the ATF in the U.S., the ATF gun registry has seemingly been breached by whoever was doing these cyber attacks, which kind of seems like Chinese people. So now the Chi-Coms know that you have you bought one incendiary round of ammunition with a $200 tax, and you told the ATF about it or whatever.
Well, it's either just a crack in the driveway or the Chinese are making their move.
Finally, exactly. He was right all along. There was a ransomware group, Chinese ransomware group called I don't know how you say that, Qilin or Qilin. It's a Q. All right. They said around the time that happened, some ransomware group, this ransomware group posted that they've got some stuff from the ATF. They didn't say what it was, but I think you can put 2 and 2 together. It's probably the registry data. Around this time, I learned that there was a UK data breach of hold on a second. I feel like I'm mixing shit up. Anyway, there was a UK data breach of 3 airports, 8.7 million folks information who went through 3 airports in the UK. I take it one of them's Manchester Airport. That's another one. So if you're so lame that you actually use your real ID at an airport, and you don't use a passport that you duct tape together yourself with the little chip that you can scan in it, and you also have like fake fingerprints. You bleached off your fingerprint. What kind of fag are you? Well, if you're that kind of fag, 8.7 million of you, your stuff has been leaked. And for a few of you, your fake stuff on the duct tape passport was leaked. I'm guessing maybe you know how hacks are. So sometimes they try to make it look like it's somebody else, but in this case, it kind of feels like it is what it looks like, and it's like the Chi-Coms and like I if I were to take a shot in the dark, I would say the ransomware group is affiliated with the state. Whatever. But anyway, this highlights that the state actors will go after civilians, and this is the brave new world you find yourself in. It's not just the private sector doing this stuff. It's state actors are going after civilians now and doing ransomware attacks and leaking random niggas data on the internet, or not, or just keeping it. And don't forget the Shadowrun thing, where Last week we were talking about how the U.S. is trying to privatize cyber warfare and get like the big tech corporations to do it, which also kind of brings things in that direction. So I do think this is the new trend. This is the new thing, that cyber attacks will be more and more indiscriminate. Cyber attacks by state actors will be more indiscriminate and will hit commercial and civilian stuff more. In human interest news, it's actually pretty boring. I'm just making an excuse to talk about something. The Washington Tower, aircraft control tower, was on the fritz again. It's a human interest story because these guys fuck up a lot. It seems like there's this little chopper that the U.S. Resident, the U.S. Whatever you call that guy, there's a chopper they fly it around. It's called Marine One, and it lost comms again with the aircraft control tower, and I think it's been happening for a few weeks or something, over and over, which is boring. Okay, that's not fun on its own. It's just an excuse to make fun of these guys because they have a lot of problems that I don't think I brought up last year. There was like a mid-air collision last year. I think that happened before the show started. There's like a mid-air collision that happened, and I think it was because of them. I think it was because they were just like, yeah, whatever, and they just like they the air traffic control tower had planes fly into each other, and also their fist fights are known to break out inside this aircraft control tower. So I've heard there was a big fist fight last year in the tower. I guess it kind of feels like it's like a bunch of drunken sailors inside the Washington Tower. I don't know what it looks like in there. Are there any cameras in there? Can we pull some interviews or something? Like what? Who did they hire to be in this thing? Anyway, that's only vaguely funny. But there you go. I'm burning some time, aren't I, talking about it? In Mother Earth news, there's a big old mudslide in Tibet, and that was bad enough, and it broke some stuff that I'm sure didn't cost very much to build in the first place. It's probably made out of like Q-tips and popsicle sticks and stuff. But there's folks living in there, and now some of them are not living anywhere. So it killed some folks, but I think it was worse in and it's funny because I see a lot of people not knowing about this, but I think it was worse in Nepal than it was in Tibet. Unless those two things aren't even related. I just assume they were. There was like fucking I think I heard a fucking big old chunk of a fucking piece of ice on the side of a big old hill. They got these big hills over there in the Himalayas. They call them like mountains or something. There's a little ice that fell off of there, and it caused quite a ruckus. And there was a lot of flooding in Nepal, which I'm sure that caused more damage and death maybe than in Tibet, because it's like who even lives in Tibet? It's like they're like people who walk around on all fours or something. I don't know. They're like there's some sort of species of folks and creatures, some sort of ape-like species over there lives in Tibet. They should totally be freed though, even though it's probably better after the Chai Coms took it over. But yeah, free Tibet. Set yourself on fire to show your love for Tibet this weekend. It's a nice activity. So yeah, you should not be there in the floods and stuff last week. You should get out of there. Time travel back. Don't be there. Logistics and economies news. We're gonna waste a long time. Let's burn some time on. We'll burn some time on this one, maybe. So the Japanese state and the U.S. Are playing around with their economic interventions and so forth, running amok. This is why I added economics because it's not really logistics. I don't want to bore you with dumb political stuff or financial stuff, nor do I even know about these things or care much about them. However, I do have time to burn on this show, and I did read something about it, and I can pretend that I know about it by copying what I read. So you may have heard of a worldwide economic crash happening in slow motion since the late 80s. That has something to do with the Japanese crash. And then there was this little thing called the dot-com boom in the 90s, and there was this little thing they called the 2008 housing crisis or whatever. They like to pretend these are all unrelated things. And in the late 90s, there was like a thing where Asian countries would peg their currencies to the US dollar, which is a lie. That's not real. That's not how exchange rates work in the market. And the state can't magically change that by saying, this is the official exchange rate. That doesn't actually change it. It just means that there's a bunch of market distortion and intervention required, which in this case, the intervention was really high interest rates, which led to another big crash, and the U.S. bailed them out. Now, in 2019, the U.S. saw record inflation. In 2020, there was a little crash. I guess they attributed, it's the COVID-19 crash. They always have something to blame it on, even though U.S. was like U.S. dollar was showing record inflation already in 2019. The economy's kind of been dragging its feet since then. Electronics have been on shaky ground. Now the Japanese state, you may have heard, everyone's all like, oh, you gotta vacation to Japan because it's so cheap. Oh, everything's so cheap now in Japan. It's because of the crazy monetary inflation of the Japanese yen, which has happened following the Japanese state, the Bank of Japan, doing what it does. Money printer go burr, big time, big fat deficit spending, crazy low bullshit interest rates, like almost no interest. Like if you in a free market, if you offered like no interest on a loan, then you wouldn't get a loan, right? But all you have to do is stick a gun in their face and offer weird backroom deals to folks who want to turn the state into their permanent debt slave, like the Rothschilds or whatever. But anyway, so there's this little thing called carry trade, where traders, because this is what traders do, right? If you make interest rates retarded low in Japan, then traders worldwide are just gonna, or American traders namely, are gonna take out loans in Japan, and then they're gonna invest it in stuff in the US or whatever. And it's like an interest arbitrage thing. They call it carry trade. Funny thing about that, and the funny thing about a bajillion dollars being leveraged and bet on that happening, is if the yen spikes, the shit hits the fan. They lose everything. They have to dump a bunch of US stuff to buy yen to pay off loans. And like, I mean, I don't know much about finances and shit, but my ignorant guess is, that could cause some kind of runaway demand, right? If there's a bunch of new demand for the yen on top of the price already going up, whatever. Now, in the world of tomorrow and in the world of sooner or later, this is going to lead to worldwide interest rates going up and a worldwide sell-off of a bunch of overvalued stocks and big players going bankrupt and a big liquidity crisis. You may know that Japanese inflation and deficit spending are going crazy. The yen interest is going up. Way too little, way too late, but it's going up now. And this is threatening to break the carry trade. Big players are already kind of freaking out and selling U.S. Treasury securities. God, this is so boring, but I have time to burn. Sorry. Japanese state and private sector together own more U.S. Treasury than any so-called foreign investors. So what if they dump too at the same time? It would mean the U.S. federal government doesn't have a lot of money, right, anymore. They don't have quite so much funding, even more of a funding shortage than they already have. And this is on top of course, all the other stuff that's happening. There's all this oil crap and all this war stuff you might have heard of. The U.S. spending deficit as it stands now is already bigger than ever. God, this is so boring. And as always, they have to sell bonds and money printer go burr. And don't forget, money printer go burr is hidden. One of the ways that black bags are stuffed, they just print money and send it straight to NASA. And then NASA says they're using it to I don't know, like plant flowers on the moon or something. And they like Photoshop a few pictures of Mars, and then they just spend 90% of that money. They just launder all that money and send it to Lord knows what. It's probably having sex with children on Mars, if at best. But how else are the Anunnaki supposed to make hybrids anyway? You got to get it done somehow, and it's in the words of Winston Churchill, democracy is the most horrible system ever created, except for the part where you get Anunnaki hybrids. I think he said something like that. Did you know that Winston Churchill could see the future? Did you know that he was like a precognitive? He had visions of the future since he was young. Anyway,
What a great audience.
$40 trillion debt. $40 trillion debt for the U.S. bigger than ever. Over $1 trillion is going to be interest this year. That's like an eighth of their whole budget, which is bigger. It's bigger than the defense and Medicare budgets together. Yeah, you heard of the welfare warfare state. I know you're big Ron Paul fans. You heard of the welfare warfare state. How about the I don't know, debt state? I don't know. Someone's got to come up with a better name for that. And the debt state, welfare warfare, it has to start with a W. Welfare warfare. I don't know. You let me know in the comments. Like and subscribe. Hit that bell. Oh yeah, thanks to Let's Faux Live for the 21 sats on zap.stream. I saw that when you did that several minutes ago, but I chose to keep talking about boring stuff. That is a big spender. 21 sats. You could they say don't spend it all in one place, but here in Cloak and Dagger, that's not true. You should spend all your money here at Cloak and Dagger. I'm sure Let's Faux Live was busking hard on the streets of Noster to raise those 21 sats. I don't know. The name Let's Faux Live kind of makes it seem like they stream something themselves. I don't know. Maybe we should check what they stream. They can't be that bad if they're watching this show, right? Because you know what they say: those who produce good content consume weird, shitty content. So maybe they produce good content. Anyway, blah blah blah. It's still, Social Security is still higher than $1 trillion. You can't beat commo pinky welfare state stuff, folks. It'll always be more spending than anything. God, I hate this. This is so boring. First realm markets are topsy-turvy. Stocks overvalued. Bullshit bubbles like AI. Meanwhile, hard assets undervalued. Even fucking oil is undervalued. How retarded are are traders retarded? Like, I don't get it. Maybe you can. Someone can explain this to me. Why would you? How could you not know that oil's undervalued? Like, how could you not keep buying more until it goes up more. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. All right. I'm not a finance guy. On top of all that crap, the U.S. is waging economic war on the whole world by slapping tariffs on everybody and blah, blah, blah. And that weakens the dollar, the U.S. dollar, amidst years of folks already kind of scratching their heads and wondering if maybe the U.S. status, the U.S. dollar status as world reserve currency might be not something that happens forever. I'm sure you're very tired of libertarians crying wolf about major financial crises. But I'm not tired of it. How could I ever get tired of that? I'll cry wolf again and again. And also, I have time to burn. I'm not going to say some big financial crisis that's worse than what you've already seen is going to happen only because of all this, though it could. But I think with what's coming, with what's going to come because of World War III, I think there's going to be nuclear war. I think there's going to be totalitarian reforms of all kinds of stuff, including the financial system, including maybe currencies. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe the North American, the USMC, what's the North American Union will get their Amero, Amero CBDC, or maybe after they blow everything up bad enough, they can just integrate them all with the euro and have like a Westero coin or some kind of you know what I think they should do? I think they should adopt Akon coin. You know Akon coin? He was an R&B guy. He had a couple hits on the radio. He had that song that was like it lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I have nobody. He had that one. Yeah, Akon. He's a funny character. He's actually he's like a huge philanthropist in Africa and shit. He's a weird guy. He had a cryptocurrency named after him. I think they should adopt that as a worldwide CBDC forced on everyone in the whole world. Anyway, speaking of which, the yogurt Real. That's what they call their currency in the yogurt. Sounds very yogurt-like, doesn't it? It kind of sounds like, oh yes, I like this Greek yogurt here. It has a lot of real in it. That gives it. It's like saying the yogurt has body. It's like thicker, more probiotic yogurt when it's got real. Real, the Iranian real, inflation way up, because that's what happens when you can't export anything or trade anything. You just print a bunch of money, hope for the best. The best doesn't happen, folks. More stuff hit in the Red Sea, blah blah blah. Second sea choke point over there, Baboon Strait, blah blah blah. Still not actually closed, but more stuff being hit there. So whatever, that's relevant to logistics, isn't it? The U.S. yogurt economic war, I guess, has some logistics and economic relevance. The U.S. is kind of like, what do you even say about this? The U.S. Saying that they're gonna wage economic war on Iran. I mean, the U.S.'s claims are kind of airy-fairy, and they're also not new. It's kind of like, oh, you're gonna sanction Iran? Wow. Wow. You've never done anything like that before. And of course, you know, the one thing that's kind of noteworthy about that is the yogurt has said before that they would meet economic war with just military war. Like they would just hit stuff and they wouldn't retaliate with more economic war, which, you know, to me, that's kind of like good news. Honestly, if they stick to that, that's kind of good news. There is a contradiction here between sanctioning Iran and saying that you want the Strait of Hormuz opened, because it's like, why would they open it if they're sanctioned anyway? It's like you're stop hitting yourself kind of thing. Whatever, who gives a fuck? It's all just a bunch of, here, let me solve this for you. all this crap, all this mess, you can just bundle it all up and throw it in the trash. Okay, it's all a bunch of bullshit. Is what it is. First realm economy is not actually real. The first realm, they don't even have a moon. The moon's just a hologram in the first realm. The moon that you know and love, the real moon, you just see that from second realms. And all that shit's not even real, dude. So yeah, you should send some more Bitcoin and XMR to the show. Highlight that I will do upon. Oh, look, we got something. We got a comment to burn show time with. Mar on Zap.stream says, Iran and Canada are the enemies, and many other countries. Has dropped a lot of messages. I do agree with him that libertarians are retarded. I can't even. Oh, he stands with Trump. We got a Trump guy is on Zap.stream and not on Rumble. What do you know? People don't conform to stereotypes all the time. All right. I don't even. So it was Mar that said Iran and Canada are the enemies and many other countries. Oh, okay. Iran and Canada are the enemies and many other countries. So true. So true. I agree with you. I do think the Iranian state, also known as the yogurt, and the Canadian state are the enemies, and also the states of all the other countries, including the U.S., are the enemies. I think we see eye to eye. I'm making fun of him on purpose, by the way. You answered that. I know what you meant. I think, but yeah, thank you for commenting. Crackdowns news. Oh wait, am I supposed to rant at you again? I'm not going to give you a big long warning again. All right, about the economy, but I just want to highlight that this has never happened before. So when it comes to like two big marine choke points in the world being threatened at the same time, the world's oil supply being super fucked up and under threat for this long. It's never happened before. Just so you know, because I know all you guys are just sleepwalking through life. But just so you know, this has never happened before. So what's gonna happen is gonna be bad in a way that you've never seen before. I know this is one for the history books. Just so you know, you might want to worry about that. Mar again says the U.S. used to be the enemy until Trump came in. Very true. I'm actually one of the White Knights from Q's army, and it's my role is to make this show. And every time I make a joke about having sex with children, or every time I say nigger, it's actually a coded message, and that's all I can say. I can't give you any more hints than that. Crackdowns news: U.S. Canadian state also having some economic war. It's in Crackdowns news because economic war doesn't actually happen between countries. It happens on civilians. Just so you know, it's not actually the U.S. and the Canadian state don't actually do any legitimate trade. They don't actually produce anything, right? So when they restrict trade or demand tariffs, they're actually just attacking civilians from their own countries as well as from the other one. So yeah, U.S.-Canadian state economic war could be worsening. You never know when they're just gonna at the last second pull back and be like, oh, never mind, because that's kind of what they've been doing a lot. But whatever. Fucking the U.S. is slapping big fat. At least they're thinking they're going to slap big fat 50% tariffs on such things as dairy and liquor and cars, car parts, and other things that folks buy. They're not going to raise the lumber import tariff because that's where they kind of they have the anime sweat drop reaction to the we kind of need lumber. But guess what? Lumber already is at a high as fuck tariff anyway at 35%. So can't push it any higher than that. Elsewise in Crackdowns news, the New Jersey state is coming after Christians praying outside. Christians sometimes do these fun little things where they pray outside of abortion clinic. They pray as a kind of passive aggressive protest. It's kind of a faggy thing to do, but it's also kind of nice in a way. I kind of get what I pick up what they're putting down, that like we'll do a positive kind of protest where we'll pray instead. That's I appreciate what they're trying to do there, but it's also kind of like snapping your fingers instead of clapping, you know? It's like you're doing the same thing. You're just like doing it in a gayer way. But whatever. Uh sometimes they pray outside of abortion clinics or whatever. So now if you pray outside an abortion clinic or something to do with another religion or something, the state of New Jersey is threatening to throw you behind bars for doing that. So that's a thing that you might want to think about. But if you're spending your weekend praying outside an abortion clinic, you might have bigger problems. You might want to go home and rethink your life. PsyOps news. In PsyOps news, they said somebody said something like, or there was some sort of news making the rounds. I heard that there was 40 ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, and I, truth be told, I didn't read enough about this to know how crazy this is, but I'm sure that I'm not the only one who's confused about it. So it still counts as a PSYOP, because if it's like 40 in one day is the claim they're making, that's obviously way out of touch. I think it was more like 8 a day on average, when before it used to be over 100 a day. I think what this PSYOP was market manipulation. I think it was some kind of like, stock price manipulation kind of thing. Man, that's a whole, I wonder if you go to if you go to Reddit, what's the subreddit for trading? If you go there, what do you call that when, I know how they say trading the news. Oh, I trade the news. Where they like read the news and they trade based on it. What did they call it when you just make up news and you spread the news to influence the stock prices? What do you call that tactic? Maybe we should try that. I'm trading the disinfo, trading disinfo and inside. But that's I don't know. We'll have to workshop that one. They say that 6 million barrels of oil was exported from the whole region. Okay, not only the Strait of Hormuz. It used to be 20. I think there's like 2.3 million a day through Strait of Hormuz. So, and once upon a time that was like 44% to China, and now I think it's like 90% to China. So like, it's like none, right? It's pretty much like saying none. All right. Here's another PSYOP for you. So some jet fuel ran out in some airport in New York, Buffalo Niagara Airport, way up there in, I guess that's northwestern New York. Jet fuel ran out there for a sec, and it seems like on the news there was some hinting that it's because of shortages. There are shortages. There are oil shortages, of course, and it's worse. And like maybe in Europe or something, you might see something like that happen, but. In this case, it didn't seem to be because of any shortage. It was because of a quote unquote wiring problem. So it was just broken. They just couldn't do it. Whatever. Here's some news about intelligence and the lack thereof. A U.S. plane from Latvia, from the I guess probably the Air Force base in Riga, went to Moscow, and everybody, the whole room broke out into gossipy whispers. Oh, what's happening? Why someone who's a big deal from the U.S. is meeting with someone who's a big deal in Russia. It was likely CIA. It was likely the CIA meeting with the Russian state, and it's so that kind of thing doesn't happen every day. And if you were being naive, you would say, well, that means it's a very big meeting. It's a very big deal. I think the last time something like that happened, it was when the Russian state was invading Ukraine. So, you know, it would signal something big, but there's one key difference, which is the last time this happened, it happened secretly. They did it quietly, and folks had to find out about it later. This time they weren't subtle. They did it openly, which kind of makes me think like, all right, well, are you really doing this for the meeting, or are you doing this for appearances to make people think something? But think what? I guess the two big guesses I heard were they could be talking about uh the Russian state thinking about invading any country that makes munitions and gives it to Ukraine, gives you munitions to Ukraine. It could be about that. That like, oh, hold on. Yeah, you can invade the rest of Eastern Europe, but hold on a sec. We want you to do it a little bit later. Can you slow down? That could be what it is. It could also be the elephant in the room, which is oil, oil. The Red Menace and the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers blowing up all the oil, blowing up each other's oil things. It could be about that. It could be about, hold on a second, let's maybe let's broker something so that we're not doing that so much. We're taking this a bit far, maybe. I don't know. It could be that. But in the following days, and here's where it gets a little juicier and a little weirder and really makes one wonder, like, why was this done out in the open? Like, what are you trying to, like, I don't know. It makes me scratch my head, but this next part makes me scratch my head even more. In the days following this, there was certain Russian number stations which have been more active lately, by the way, in the last few weeks, picked up even more in the next few days, transmitting, encrypted codes. And at the same time, all these swanky U.S. military communications aircraft were deployed, and they were flying all over the place in America at that time. These are things that, like, if any one of these things happened on its own, it wouldn't be weird, but all of them happening around the same time, it's like, it's a little creepy. It's a little spooky, who knows? Maybe 30 years from now, we'll know that this was like some sort of Cuban Missile Crisis thing or something. Who knows? But anyway, elsewise in intelligence and the lack thereof, there was an old school car bomb assassination of a Russian state Air Force lieutenant colonel, and I don't care. I just think it's cool because it's like a mafia movie, car bomb. Except this time there's a Raspberry Pi in the car bomb or something, right? Like, I don't know. But it's like, besides that, it's like a mafia movie. So that's kind of cool. War news. Your favorite part of your favorite part of the show is news, and your favorite part of the news is war news. War news is brought to you by agorist.market. You want to find some goods and services in the counter economy? How about putting your own business in front of thousands of agorist eyeballs? Well, you can't go too wrong with one of the oldest, most well-known online second realm business directories in the world, boss. All you got to do is jack into the Matrix, the Shadowrun Matrix, not the Wachowski trannies one, and surf the World Wide Web on over to agorist.market. Make lucre, not war. More hashtag news from Mar. Trump and Putin are working together to bring down the globalists. Thank you, Mar, for your insights. I appreciate it. I've actually been privy to those meetings, and I was actually at that meeting with the CIA director and Putin. Putin was actually riding a horse into the meeting without a shirt on. He just got done swimming. I think he was pearl diving. He's quite amazing, really. He's kind of like Geralt of Rivia from The Witcher. Not the Netflix version, of course. He's like the cool one, He's like the book version, or like the video game version. Except he's bald, he doesn't have the the long hair. Very handsome guy, a little bit short, little bit shorter in person than I thought. Very friendly. Love talking with him. Love talking to him and Elon Musk. Great guys to have a conversation with. Not sure I would trust them with like, the keys to my car or like access to my daughter, but very cool guys to have a conversation with. CIA director was a little bit weird though. That guy was a little bit weird. Nobody really liked him. We all made fun of him after he left. But yeah, we were working together to take down the globalists, aka the Jews. And yeah, we were thinking that what we wanted was for our Q soldiers to post more memes on Noster, and that was my angle. That was the job they gave to me. So I can tell you that, but I can't tell you anything else yet. But just trust the plan. Cyber attack on U.S. feds. What again? That's right. I'm going to cover it differently because now it's war news. Before I was just talking about how, your data could have been leaked. Okay, that's your digital news. But now I talk about, I don't know. It's interesting, man. It's interesting stuff. All right, it's more interesting than the other stupid stuff. It's boring. I mean, I don't mean it's interesting in general or is not boring. I just mean it's more interesting than talking about, oh, Iran hit another ship in the Strait of Hormuz. So like, who cares? Anyway, so state actor affiliated, I assume, attacking feds, cyber attacking feds in the U.S. They hit the Federal Reserve. They hit some labs, some laboratories, and they hit the National Institute of Health. Kind of a weird selection, and they definitely hit other stuff too, but they're being tight-lipped about what it was. And of course, the ATF gun registries, as I said before. And yeah, whatever. It was Chinese people. It was people with people of a narrow-eyed persuasion, likely Chi-Com affiliated. And also there were UK power plants being attacked around the same time as the water processing plants. The attacks were happening, apparently, that I didn't learn about till now. And of course, the UK airports. Kind of feels like it could all be maybe related, like part of one wave of cyber attacks. Kind of cool. I think as far as state actors doing cyber attacks go, the most ambitious ones have been done by the Chi-Coms. I think, like that thing where they tried to attack SSL through that library, through that one little dependency, through like a really long con where they took over the project and blah blah blah. Fascinating stuff. You should go watch a fucking documentary about it. Anyway, and now we shall talk upon the most fascinating part of the show: the hamburger helpers versus the yogurt yowmen. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Watch these two teams face off after stock markets close on Friday, Friday, Friday. Don't need to read out loud. Up to you. Oh, it's starting to make sense now. All coming together. Mars page has Q big in her header image, along with a hashtag flat earth hashtag. Can you please stay and comment on every show? I didn't know you was a lady. Ooh, she's a lady. Ooh, that changes. I'm gonna be a lot nicer, Mar, now. Anyway. Whatever. It's fucking boring, man. This is boring. Everything's boring. News is boring. This is boring. Boring stuff happened. Whatever. Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz doesn't have much to hit going through it. All right. So there's not many strikes happening anyway. There's nothing to hit. Nobody's going through there. But the whispers do say that one of the strikes that was done, I think there was there 2 strikes done by the Iranian yogurt on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Whispers say that the second one was done by sub-drones, again, submarine drones, which last week they admitted to doing. Whispers say they may have done it again. So that's cool. That's cool. I want submarine. Where's our open hardware submarine drone project? Can someone send me a GitHub link to that? U.S. economy. U.S. economic war. As I said, the Iranian state seems to take the stance that they will meet economic war with war. It's, economic war on Iran, not new. Sanctions on Iran, not new, but their answer could be new. We're going to blow shit up when you do that. Could be new. They could do that in a new way. Some folks might assume, oh well, what would be different, right? The state, the Iranian state could just they're just going to hit more oil refineries or something. Like, what, isn't that like an everyday thing? Don't they do that already? Yeah, but believe it or not, there could be certain high value targets that they haven't hit because it's a whole other class of targets, like fucking offices, like areas, like spots where there's going to be more civilians working there, and things like that. They may have been holding back in ways that you don't know about until they decide to stop holding back, and that could be interesting. Of course, it would lead to the Iranian state killing more civilians, which they haven't done as much, relatively speaking. I guess I could make them look a little bad, but who cares? Nobody cares about that. That's they're the U.S. the Western media is just going to say they're doing that anyway, even when they're not. Now, it's hard to say how much the Iranian state's even going to follow through on those threats. But one thing's for sure: if there's a bunch of sanctions on Iran, then there's no reason to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Why would they do that? Doesn't make any sense. Whispers say the U.S. may be cooling off on outright strikes until after midterm erections. What is that, like when you have like an erection in the middle of your skin or something? I don't know. I don't really know all this politics stuff. I don't really know what a midterm erections are, or was it intermittent infections? Or maybe that's caused by the midterm erections. Anyway, there's something about infections and erections, and they say that they might cool off on the strike, the U.S. might cool off on the strikes until after the erections and the infections have cleared up. Something about that. Maybe they should have eaten more yogurt. The probiotics can compete with the the bad bacteria. Anyway, so this little war, in case you can't tell, it's going into next year, and it's also maybe going into forever. It's maybe going into World War III, going into blah 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 blah. Going into Lord knows when. Like you're gonna live a large chunk of your life before maybe the quote unquote end of this quote unquote war happens. And don't forget where you heard that first, here on Cloak and Dagger, kind of joking about that being the case from the beginning, but not saying that for sure, but probably saying that before others. Anyway, Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers versus the Red Menace. It's also kind of boring on that front. Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers hitting more oil stuff and more warehouses. The Red Menace hitting more gas stations and malls, because it's only fun if there's civilians involved. It flared up a little after that car bomb assassination, a few more strikes. And now the Red Menace has received a new fresh batch of North Korean troops and drone operators and missiles to hit more Ukrainian civilian and commercial targets with. Fuck those civvies. Fuck them. But it's funny, man. It's funny to imagine a bunch of North Korean guys being sent to Eastern Europe to like blow up malls with drones and missiles. Kind of weird, isn't it? Kind of weird to think about. But I guess if you're in the North Korean military, you're some kind of elite by North Korean standards. But like, what does it feel like for a North Korean, like going to Eastern Europe? It must feel like going to another planet. It's a fun vacation. And I think we can all agree Eastern Europeans aren't really human anyway. They kind of just kill each other for fun, don't they? So no big deal. If you want to go hunt human game, that's the place to do it. And Elsewise finally, fucking for God's sake, the news is finally over. Elsewise Israeli state The Israeli state has announced that they are expanding their military occupation zone to the whole Milky Way, citing verses from the Torah that under new interpretation from the top rabbis of the world, it turns out that Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, actually includes the entire Milky Way. So they've expanded the military occupation zone to the entire Milky Way, and they will not be leaving anywhere where they've occupied, and they're gonna just occupy more if they can. So yeah, they're gonna know. I think Daleks from Doctor Who are actually a tribe of Jews. It's actually a type of Jew. It's kind of like a Hasidic Jew or something. Anyway, here's some news, here's some ads and some robots telling you jokes and so forth. And afterwards, we shall come back and I will talk to you about my down-to-earth tip about everyday carry. Also called.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new PAZNIA library. That's right, it's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchist, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.PAZNIA.com. Again, lbry.PAZNIA.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
GOAT General WILLY2 here with an important message regarding food, health, and wellness. Sometimes the high-quality PAZNIA wheat, grass, and other forages just don't do it for me. Sometimes I need a change. In those cases, there's only one decision. Me and my closest compatriots bleat that slow bleat for a few hours until we arrive at the local Steak and Shake. When we get there, it's like clacking right into heaven. I get up to the order booth. Double steak burger and fries, extra spicy, with one of them glass bottle Mexican Cokes. Little one sexy ass walks up and orders some nonsense like 2 orders of fries and mozzarella sticks. The best thing about it, it's not like I'm cheating on my pure Beast Goat diet. They only use the highest quality grass-fed meat, tallow, and you can pay in Bitcoin. Thank you, Shay didn't pay me to make this recording. I just think more goats should know where to go for a good and healthy time. Unofficially on behalf of Steak and Shake. Go eat Steak and Shake. It's goatlicious.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Oh man. Is that ad break shorter than usual? Oh, Smokehouse. Don't worry, Rayo2. I won't be attempting overdrive. I might even end early. We'll see what happens. It kind of seems like I could stretch out anything, doesn't it? I didn't have anything to say in the first hour, and it's gone. Show will be over before we know it. We can get through it together. Let's take a moment, actually, before we do the down-to-earth tip, let's break up this crap with... Actually, no, I'll do the down-to-earth tip first. I'm going to do the down-to-earth tip first.
Here's Thane Riddle with this week's down-to-earth tip.
I was about to say, oh yeah, I forgot there's an audio thing for that, and it happened. Down to earth tip. Everyday carry, also known as EDC. All right, for those who are in the know, for those who hang out under the stairwell. Down to earth tip of everyday carry. What is everyday carry? Everyday carry is the things you carry every day, or more or less. And there's a whole thing. It's a whole thing where folks think about it. They think about what they carry every day, and they do it, and they plan it, and they carry things, and then they do pocket dumps, and they take a picture, and they post it on Reddit. Let's skip that last part. All right, we're just gonna do the other stuff. Now I'm gonna talk about this in a fucking philosophical way. All right, a little bit. I'm not just gonna talk about things that you can carry. We're going to talk about what are the goals of everyday carry. What are the underlying truths? Okay, the deep philosophical eternal truths that are everlasting, that come straight out of the mouth of or straight out of whatever, of some sort of tentacle creature in the spectral realm. The elder god of the spectral realm and Soul Reaver talks about this stuff. And we're going to go over some benchmarks for what you should fucking, what boxes you should be checking if you want to carry something. If a thing is to be carried, we're going to talk about the trade-offs of everyday carry. We're going to talk about knowledge and skills. All right. And we're going to talk about what to carry, what not to carry, which is even more important in a way.
Well,
all the tips and tricks of EDC philosophy. It's the Zen of EDC. Are you ready? All right. Here first, goals. Why do we carry things every day? Or more to the point, why do we think about it and talk about it like it's this cool thing? And the way I see it, you can have a little matrix in your mind. A square divided into 4 subsquares, a 2-dimensional matrix, okay? There's 2 dualities in these goals. One duality is you carry stuff, your EDC is set up for things that happen a lot, and it's set up for things that are a big deal when they happen, though they may not happen a lot. And then those 2, in turn, are cleft asunder into 2 more sides, which is positive and negative. Positive and negative what, you may ask? Well, to sum it up with one word, there's only one reason you think about EDC and plan your EDC and all that crap. There's only one reason. It's freedom. Freedom. That's what I want, and that's what you should want. And that's what EDC that's what EDC is all about. Freedoms. Positive freedoms and negative freedoms when it comes to things that happen a lot and things that are a big deal when they happen. Here's what the fuck am I even talking about right now? Here's what the fuck I'm talking about. Things that happen a lot, positive freedoms that come up a lot, that's just everyday readiness and handiness, being handy, having some tools, having some things that are often needed. All right? Because, I need a screwdriver. Well, there's one on my multi-tool, whatever. Like, it's that thing, that everyday positive freedom. And then there's the everyday negative freedoms. And this is the stuff that most folks, if you're talking about EDC, won't really cover the everyday negative freedoms, but I will, because this is the great Thane Riddle, Fresh Prince of Privacy, Security, and Decentralization. So that means I'm going to even work. You might think privacy and decentralization are off topic for EDC, but not truly. They aren't all the way off topic. They actually do come up a little bit. Privacy and decentralization do come up a little in everyday carry, because privacy and decentralization for the most are everyday negative freedoms that you just enjoy throughout the day. It's not because something went wrong. It's an everyday negative freedom. And of course, positive and negative freedoms, by the way, if you don't know, it's this thing where positive freedom is like you can do something, you have the ability to do something. A negative freedom is like to be free from something, like something's not happening to you. Anyway, and then there are the things that are a big deal when they do happen. And this is the stuff that gets more attention. And there's the positive freedoms for things that are a big deal when they happen, though they don't happen that much. That's the fun side. That's another thing you don't hear about a lot in EDC. When EDC comes up, you don't hear about the big deal positive freedoms. And in a word, it's power. It's when you want to learn something that you don't otherwise know. You want to pull out your fucking binoculars to see what kind of bird that is over there. You want to tinker with something. You want to infiltrate something. You want to do something you're not supposed to do. You want to break something Or maybe you just want to have a little fun. These things don't happen all the time, but when they do happen, it can be a big deal to have that power. And it can make you a cut above. It can make you able to do shit that others can't do. And then finally, the last quadrant of the square, it's the one that everyone obsesses over when it comes to EDC and other prepping things. The things that are a big deal when they happen, negative freedoms, dealing with bad things when they happen. Could be anything from a power outage or other infrastructure going down, to a medical emergency, to a self-defense situation. If you're in an alleyway with Lena Dunham and she attacks you, makes you feel threatened, you feel there's a credible threat, you're in a self-defense situation. Exfiltration, escaping from being kidnapped and tied up by Lena Dunham. And of course, survival situations, which, let's be real here. In your EDC, you're not going to have a ton of survival stuff, but you'll have some stuff that would be nice to have in a survival situation. If you're plopped into a hardcore survival situation with nothing but your EDC, you got bigger problems. All right, so you're not going to be putting everything in the kitchen sink in your EDC. All right, it's just your pockets and shit. All right, but we'll go over that. So yeah, there you go. That's all your fucking goals. Your goal with EDC is simply freedom, and that's freedom. That's positive and negative freedoms when it comes to everyday shit that's not very sexy, and when it comes to the things that don't happen too much, but when they do, it's sexy, it's juicy, it's flashy, it's usually ugly in real life. Most, as I said, are too ready for the big deal stuff. They get too ready for the big deal stuff and not ready enough for the everyday stuff. Because everyday stuff happens a lot more than the big deal stuff. The big deal stuff's just a big deal when it happens. Now here's some underlying truths about everyday carry. Some philosophy for you. You can write this down in your notebook. Philosophy of underlying truth number 1. Less is more. You may have heard of this one before. You want to carry as little as you can. And why? Because if you carry more crap, it causes problems for you. It makes it harder to feel good with it on you and like that you're carrying it. It makes it harder to blend in. You gotta, what are you gonna look like a weirdo if you have enough storage on you to carry all that crap? And of course, here's a tactical one for you. What about speed and ease of use? How are you going to get all your shit quickly? You might want there to be less of it. It's going to help you get it more quickly. The next underlying truth is, and this is one you've heard before, I'm sure, 1 is none and 2 is 1. And this is kind of a counterpoint to the last one. For the few little objects in your EDC that are a big deal and or most likely to break, you might want 2 of them. If it's not too much, like you might want 2 ways to start a fire, that kind of thing. Maybe two ways to make some light, something like that. The ones that are a real key, you want at least 2 blades in there, shit like that. The key ones, the top ones, are things you want 2 of. The next underlying truth is, pick what you will actually carry every day. It's a little known fact that EDC stands for everyday carry, and that means things that you carry every day. If it's something that you only carry in theory or you think is a good idea, but you don't actually carry it, that it doesn't work, believe it or not. If you're not actually carrying it, it doesn't work. So that's a little known gotcha you want to watch out for. The next underlying truth is, don't lose things. You might, keep that shit locked down. I mean, obviously it's got to be accessible. Some things have to be more accessible more quickly than others. And so you have to straddle that line of securing things, but also not losing them. You have to straddle the line of being able to grab things, draw things, but not losing them. Here's another one for you that the other EDCers won't tell you, but of course Thane Riddle will tell you because I'm obsessed with it. Hide things. You're going to want to hide things. It's an underlying truth of EDC. The other EDCers actually do talk about this because they talk about gray man and all that crap. So they do kind of touch on this a little. Now, the next underlying truth follows from some of the others. If it's better to take up less weight and space, and it's better for things to be hidden, and it's better to, you know, stop things from being lost, then it follows that the best thing you could add to your EDC, the ideal thing that you could add to your EDC would be something that's weightless, hidden, and cannot be taken away. And that's something called skills and knowledge. Skills and knowledge are something you take with you everywhere you go, every day. They don't weigh anything, they cannot be seen, and they cannot be taken away. That makes them very sexy. And I have a little saying for this that I made up myself. Drilling is better than filling. and I like that because both of them sound like sex things. Drilling is better than filling, my friends. Thanks to Shadrach for 333 sats on fucking zap.stream. And Hellstew dropped a note. Late but not forgotten. Boomer Rumble lets me rewind and play at 1.5 times till I catch up. And then there's an emoticon, which I can see in my fonts, but I just can't tell what it is. I need a better emoticon font or something. I want one of those colored ones. I want one of them colored people. Oh, it's a praying emoji? Really? God, the font that I have for emojis is fucked. That's like praying hands? Doesn't fucking look like it. Looks more like a praying mantis. Anyway, the next best underlying truth is, the second best, of course, to something that's totally weightless and hidden and can't be taken away is, something that does more than one thing. If you have a thing that does more than one thing and you can replace things with it, with the one thing, then that's good. Another underlying truth is boring is often better. And that's not only for the Thane Riddle reason that you've heard before, which is if something is boring, it doesn't stick out as much and it's easier to hide it and not have as much, fuss over it. There's that, but also things that are boring tend to work better or more reliably. That's another thing. They don't tend to break as much. The next underlying truth is you've heard the saying, hope for the best, plan for the worst. For EDC, it's empower yourself to do your best, but train for the worst. And that's one you want to ponder. You want to chew on that one. Empower yourself to do the best, but train for the worst. That's where in the ideal situation, how do I accomplish things in the best possible way? You gear up for that, you train up for that, but then you also take that away from you and take even more away from you. Take the use of your legs away from you. Take the use of your stronger arm away from you, and then see how you fare with it and train like that. Little things like that. What happens if I can't breathe properly when I'm doing, train for the worst. That's what I mean. Now here's some benchmarks. This is almost like a checklist. So you may actually want this written down with the caveat that I just made this stuff up. All right. I just pulled this stuff out of my ass. But here's a checklist for you. You might want to go through every item in your EDC and compare it to these benchmarks and see how well it matches up with this. Here's your benchmarks. Keep one hand free. Can you have one hand free? That's a good sign. You want to answer for 90% of the shit that comes up. 90% of the shit that comes up in your everyday life, whatever, you want an answer for it. You always want to have a way out. Wherever you are, you always want a way out. How does your EDC and your skills and training match up with that? You always want to have a way to reach somebody, contact somebody. You always want to have ways to stay where you are and keep on keeping on. All right, keep doing whatever you're doing. You keep doing the work, whatever, staying alive, whatever it is you happen to be doing. Hardiness, this is a big one that should go without saying. Hardiness, is this thing hardy? Does it stand up to abuse? Does it fail gracefully? You want to look at each of your tactics and each of your tools. Does this tactic or tool fail gracefully? Is it easy and requiring only low upkeep? That's a big one. Easy, low upkeep. Because you're not gonna, it's gonna go in your pocket organizer and you're never gonna see it again. So it shouldn't take too much upkeep before you need it. Here's a rule of thumb. If you're not sure what to get, what thing to get, just carry the most basic bit shit that you'd still trust on a bad day. Not so basic that it sucks shit and it's gonna break, but you don't have to go any fancier than that, as long as you trust it. Having something that's open, like open hardware, transparent in terms of how it works, repairable, standardized, using standard parts, using standard batteries, using standard refills. Look at this tool, everything you need to replace, any kind of work you might need to do on it. Is it standard? Is it open? Is it easy to do? Is it repairable? These are things you want. There's something called the rule of 3, which is if a tool doesn't have at least 3 uses, then you might want to question whether you're carrying it or not. It's not to be confused with the rule of 2, which is something where the Sith, there can only be 2 Sith at any one time. One's the master and one's the apprentice. That's already been superseded by the rule of 1. Okay, so now you can have as many Sith as you want. That doesn't matter. There's another benchmark here, which, sometimes this is a rule that you might have to bend sometimes in reality, but it's a good test to test your tools against if you're unsure about it, if you're looking sideways at something. It's called the sweatpants test or the gym shorts test. Can you carry this when you're just wearing sweatpants or gym shorts? Can you carry this when you're naked? Can you carry it in your butt? Something to think about. And of course, how does it look when it's pocket dumped? And think about who might be seeing your pocket dump. And I'm not talking about taking a picture for fucking Reddit, you faggot. I'm talking about you get searched by the bludgies. The bludgies ask you to take everything out of your pockets and put it on the hood of their faggot car. What's that going to look like to them? Now, I'm not saying that you should live your life based on that and not carry anything cool because of how it looks, but I'm just saying, just think about how it looks. How does it look if you're searched or if you die and leave behind? How does it look for your compatriots in the revolution when the enemy searches your body? And then finally, but not finally, actually, just the next section, we're going to talk about some trade-offs. So I'm just going to go over these quick because some of them are pretty obvious. There's, of course, being ready versus being weighed down. These are all things you're going to have to balance. Something being a good backup versus just being unneeded because you already have one. There's power versus cover. How much can you do versus how weird do you fucking look? There's quality versus quantity. There's an old classic balance. Is it good to have one that doesn't break and is reliable and blah, blah, versus having something that's replaceable, easy to replace? Open versus turnkey. Sometimes going open hardware for an electronic or whatever, it might make it harder to use. It might make it require more configuration. Do you want that versus just having something easy? There's a classic trade-off, privacy versus convenience. Something that really should come up more on this show, actually, the privacy versus convenience trade-off. There's the everyday versus sexy, all right, which is kind of related to being boring. Short blade versus long blade. You'll hear folk, and this one is an interesting one because when we're talking about knives, short blades versus long blades, there are those who will say, yeah, if you carry a big knife, it's probably just because you have a small penis. You don't need a big knife for anything. Incorrect. Okay, for if you want to get in a knife fight with somebody, you want the blade to be at least 4 inches long so you can reliably reach vital organs. So that is wrong. But for everything else, for most utility, it's right. You don't need a longer blade. Longer blade can even be a liability. But guess what? You can have both, and you should, because a knife is one of those 1 is none and 2 is 1 things. And then finally, of course, cost. I'm not going to talk much about cost. You can fucking worry about that yourself. All right? Go fuck yourself. Now let's go over real quick, since I'm burning time very successfully, let's go over knowledge and skills. Since we fucking touched on that, the weigh nothing and all that shit, it's better than anything any goods you can carry, any gear you can carry is knowledge and skills. So I'm going to touch on them real quick, but they're very important. So you should probably look more into them later. Knowledge/skill number 1, toughness, aka inner peace. All right. Tough it up, suck it up, do things in your life that are hard. Okay. Work out, spar, fight, work hard. Don't do it too much, but expose yourself to a healthy amount of stress in your life. This is one of the greatest things you're ever going to find. Next is awareness. Another one of the big ones. Awareness. Awareness is behind pretty much everything else. Mindfulness. Okay. Meditate. I'm not fucking joking. It's not the first time I've said this. It's not the last time. If you think this is fucking gay or stupid, shut the fuck up and meditate. I think that's a Zen koan where they're like, if you think meditation's gay and stupid, then shut the fuck up and meditate even more. It pretty much is a Zen koan. There's one where like a big businessman tells the Zen master, I don't have any time in the day to meditate. So I'm super fucking busy. Okay. My schedule's real packed. What's the absolute minimum amount of meditation I can get away with? And the Zen master says, 20 minutes a day. And he's like, 20 minutes? I don't have 20 minutes, 20 free minutes in the day. And then the Zen master says, oh, well, in that case, you need an hour. Anyway, another thing you're going to want awareness-wise is this thing called brains. Now, I get it. You're stupid. You're born that way. You're subhuman creature, whatever. That's fine. But there's this thing called neuroplasticity. You can get smarter. Okay. Listening to the show is making you smarter right now. All right. This is what this show does. It increases your testosterone and IQ massively to unhealthy levels. And these extra brains are going to help you think about things better. This is another important thing for awareness. Your next thing is street smarts. All right. Have some fucking, try to expose yourself to the world and experiences and learn how shit is. Don't be so sheltered, you little pussy. Go out. I mean, don't do anything stupid, but like just expose yourself to enough stuff that you have an intuitive gut sense of like when things are dangerous, when, like what's the difference between a guy who's having a macho moment and just wants to yell into your face, maybe hit you a little bit, but it's not that bad, versus somebody who seriously means you harm. How do you tell the difference? There's also a good book called The Gift of Fear that you should read by Gavin de Becker. And then another thing that's, awareness is situational awareness. This is what gets the most airtime in these circles. You want to know the ins and outs. What are the exits and entrances? How much space is there between you and threats or potential threats? Is there blocking? Is there cover? Is there concealment that you can use? What's the lighting like? Where is it dark? Where is it bright? Which direction is the sun in? It's good for the sun to be in your attacker's eyes, for example, because then you can see them because they're lit. They have a hard time seeing you because there's the fucking sun in their eyes. Little things like that. Situational awareness, keeping aware, especially in area and where you're coming home, leaving home, you're in a parking lot, you're in a gas station, transition areas, most likely places to be attacked, blah, 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 whatever. Fucking signs of a forest fire. I don't give a shit. Situational awareness. The next one is kindness and a silver tongue. So some of the most valuable, to go read How to Win Friends and Influence People, learn how to be fucking nice and de-escalate things. That's going to be a lot more valuable than knowing how to fight most of the time. Freestyling, improvisation. You need to practice with improvisation. If you're not used to it, if you need everything to go according to plan and you don't know how to improvise, go practice. All right, go practice. Go to a fucking improv comedy class or something.
Congratulations on being prepared for the future.
Do some fucking freestyle rapping. Do some music jamming. I don't know. Practice. Mental flexibility. Practical communication and comprehension. Learn how to speak clearly so that other people understand what you're saying. Speak concisely. Don't waste their time with unneeded information. And learn how to comprehend what other people are saying, you fucking retard. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's not your fault. I've been going through something.
Wow, what a great audience.
Mnemonics. There's this thing called mnemonics. It's MNEMONIC. Mnemonics. Okay. They help you remember things. Okay. It's a big deal. They work better than you think. Look it up. You want to learn them. There's this thing called lists. Okay. And I want you to take this to heart. You need to make lists for everything. Make lists for everything, just like this list. Make lists for everything. It's going to help you a lot. You're also going to make schedules and alarms. You're not just going to say like, oh yeah, I'm going to start doing that. You don't just say that, retard. As soon as you decide you're going to do something, you go, okay, when am I going to do it? When do I make time for that? Okay, put it into your schedule, set some alarms, all right? And have fucking lists. Organization. Fucking color code things for quick understanding, for quick retrieval. Always stow things. Always put things in the same spot and grab them from the same spot so that you're used to it. And how about your health? This is something you take with you everywhere that's more valuable than almost any gear you can carry. You want good health. Okay, focus, do some fucking breathing exercises, learn how to breathe properly, have a healthy lifestyle, get some sleep, balance in your life, balance working with unwinding, being alone with being together with others, balance being outside, being inside, and learn how to deal with your moods and your psyche. All right, try something called focusing therapy. All right, it's better than cognitive behavioral therapy. It's better than anything else. It's called focusing, where you just focus on bodily sensations associated with your feelings. If you're ever in a crisis emotionally or psychologically, or somebody else is, this is the best thing you can do to start smoothing it out. Okay, it's called focusing. It's not the most Googleable term. Go fucking look it up. Drink some fucking water, eat healthy, do some weird stuff. Go to fucking holyhydrogen.com and use coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off a Lord's Hydro Fix, so you can inhale and bubble my fucking hydrogen molecules through your water. I'm gonna work that into everything now. Fucking sauna, cold plunge, whatever, fasting, fucking infrared lights and shit. Go ahead. I'm not gonna stop you. Fitness. Your body composition, your weight, your body fat percentage, your cardio, stamina, your strength. Your relative strength is more important to me than your absolute strength. Your power, okay? How good you can jump, hit something, throw something. Your muscular endurance. What about brain training? All right? You stimulate your brain, go play some fucking Sudoku. That's a kind of fitness too. How about planning? You ever heard of a plan before? Go make fucking plans. And then there's all kinds of skills for you to learn, for you to do drills with. And you don't want to get overwhelmed, because little goes a long way. You want to learn how to clock threats, threat analysis. What are the cops like in this area? What are the criminals like in this area? What are the natural disaster threats in this area? These are all things you can read statistics about and learn and visualize. You can learn first aid, wilderness first aid, stop the bleed. You can learn fucking things about fire emergencies and how to leave situations and notice when something is happening. Notice when there's an active shooter situation. Don't go be the hero and shoot him. Just fucking run away. Unless shooting him's the better option, like you're cornered. Well, in that case, go ahead. But I hope you thought about your other exits anyway. Learning how to get around, navigation, hiking, obstacle courses. Learn fucking parkour. I wish that was a bigger thing. It should be like martial arts. You should learn how to scale things and shit. You should be drawing and stowing. If you have a gun, you have a knife, whatever, you should be drawing it and putting it back, drawing it and putting it back in the hole, drawing it, holstering it, drawing it, holstering it. This is one of the things you need to practice the most. And also it's the most likely time that you're going to shoot yourself. So learn how to do it right. Hand-to-hand fighting, stick fighting, knife fighting. Those are the two most important hand-to-hand weapons in the 21st century. Sticks and knives, they're all over the place. They're the ones we use these days. Gun fighting, of course, even more important in many ways. Team combat tactics, milsim shit. Play hide and seek. This is something that's very underrated. If you play hide and seek, one person gets practice hiding, the other person gets practice doing search and rescue and tracking. Okay, so switch it up. Learning upkeep, fixing things, breaking things, whether structural, mechanical, electrical, electronic, digital. You don't need to be a wizard at this shit. You just need to know a little bit. Yes, hide and seek is a security game, Rayo2. Did you know that the shinobi, okay, ninjas, they, as soon as a child could walk, they would start playing hide and seek with them and teaching. And you use games to teach people things. Climate and weather, something you might want to learn a little bit about. How can you tell when the weather is going to change? Lock picking and infiltration. That's a big one. How do you defeat that chain lock without revealing, without breaking it? You know, there's a way you can do that with a coat hanger. Practice. Defeating restraints. Don't wait until you're tied up for real before you practice that one. You know, you might want to practice that. Being hurt and doing things the hard way. Let's not forget that. For everything you're practicing, try it with a broken arm. Try it simulating a broken limb, the loss of a limb, the loss of your eyesight, and so on and so forth. Here's another big one for you. It's this thing called feedback. Every day, every week, every month, every quarter, every year. Take a look at all your shit and go, which one of these things did I not need? Maybe I don't need to carry it anymore. What did I wish I had? Maybe I should add that. What pissed me off and what made me happy and why? Was there a good reason it pissed me off or made me happy? Is there something I can do about that? Restocking. That's a habit you need. Checking that everything's good and full and working, recharged, restocked, and keeping it that way. Use some Band-Aids from your first aid kit because you got a minor scratch. Replace the Band-Aids. You need to have that scheduled. And of course, there's folding. What I call folds, compartmentalization and operational security. An important everyday carry skill. And of course, there is the brain wallet. And this is where mnemonics are going to help you. You can memorize cryptocurrency seed phrases and pass phrases and all sorts of information you can memorize. And no one can take that from you and no one can find it on you. All right, now let's talk about the actual gear and goods that you might want to have in an everyday carry thing. It's a personal thing. There's no one gospel truth, and you can read plenty more about it. But I'm just going to go real quick through a few things that, whatever, you might want to, you take it with a grain of salt, but here's a suggestion. A few things maybe you want to not have. First of all, don't bother carrying something that's gimmicky or like untested or likely to break or not work because there's too many moving parts or it's too complicated. Just don't, in a similar vein, don't carry a techie smart device or flashy thing when an old school thing would do the trick. Just don't. Like you better have a very good, it better really do something cool, really good. A classic example of this is getting a newer diesel engine that has more performance because it has electronic injection and all that shit. Why? Don't do that. Just get an older one that has mechanical injection. A mechanical injection diesel engine is so simple, you can kind of tell how it works just by looking at it. And it requires no electronics to start or function. That's better. That's better than having a little more performance, okay? Apply that to everything. And finally, and this is one you will actually run into, don't carry bug out gear as your EDC. That's for your bug out bag, which we're going to talk about on another show. This is not your pockets aren't your fucking bug out bag, okay? You don't need 100 feet of paracord or, a day's worth of food on you or something. So don't fucking overdo it. Here's some things you might want to have. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm going to pound this out real quick. Thing number one that you might want to have, ninja clothes. And I don't mean wearing black stuff. I mean like what ninjas actually did, which is try to look like somebody else, somebody who fits in, but secretly you have little compartments and things, and your gear is not what it appears to be on the outside. According to the stories, the ninja would have, if they would pretend to be a samurai, they would have a normal size scabbard, but they would repurpose broken katana that they found on the battlefield. And because the katana was broken, it was broken fucking halfway down, but it's in a full size scabbard. You think they have a longer katana. You think it's going to take them a little bit longer to draw, but it turns out it's faster to draw because it's a fucking broken katana. And that's how the ninja toe was invented, according to legend. See more on my second channel. More things about anime and Japanese culture on my second channel. Anyway, ninja clothes. This is shit like from 511 or Vertex or whatever. There's different brands where they give you shit that looks normal, but it's made out of technical fabrics and they have secret pockets in it and extra little compartments, but it looks normal. All right. And it's more durable and it's more flexible and blah, blah, blah. Get some ninja clothes. All right. Bags. Sometimes you need bags to carry things. Now, a bag could be something like a wallet. All right. Could be your fucking wallet. It could be a pocket organizer. Pocket organizers are very helpful. Or it could be a strapped bag, such as a fanny pack or a crossbody, which, you know, say what you will about fanny packs, but they really are quite good. But yeah, it's true. But yeah, strapped bags are a controversial issue. It's a trade-off because you can carry more stuff, but you don't want to ever put it down. Put it to you that way. You don't want to, if it's something that you ever put down, maybe don't take it too seriously. Next thing you want is fucking tiny little containers, like waterproof containers. And there's something called a lock sack, which is basically a fancy Ziploc bag that's waterproof. You can put your fucking phone in it and use your phone while it's inside it underwater. All right. It's called a lock sack. You should have some lock sacks. Sometimes if you're a gimp, all right, you're sick, you got something wrong with you, you need a gimp helper. All right. The most common one is glasses. Some folks need glasses or they don't see too good. Seeing good is important. So you might want to have backup glasses. You might want to have eyeglass cleaner, microfiber cloths. Same thing for any other gimp thing that's going on with you. Any other sickness, if you need medications, sometimes even have it on you. Have a little on you in a waterproof, durable pill container kind of thing. But throw a few fucking matches in there too. Whatever. There's probably extra room. You can use it. Fucking facts. All right. First aid kits. This is a big one. Everyone knows you probably want this. Just a tiny one. All right. Just a little one. It's called a personal fac. All right. It's just a little one. Remember, drilling is better than filling. So your first aid knowledge is more important than having way too much first aid stuff. One item, though, you want to have for first aid that a lot of folks don't carry is a tourniquet. You want a tourniquet. You want a tourniquet. Period. Fucking period. You want a tourniquet. If you like, if anybody has major arterial bleeding, someone being there within seconds with a tourniquet is the difference between life and death. You need a tourniquet. Period. And hey, whatever, you might, maybe someone's having an allergic reaction. Why not have a few antihistamines, dissolving antihistamine tablets? Why not? Do you hang out around junkies all the time? Why carry a little Narcan? Some people do it as a fun hobby just to piss off junkies. They just use Narcan on them to see how pissed off they are when the heroin wears off. Here's an obvious one, but you may have never thought of before. You want a gun. You want a gun. You want a hidden gun. All right. It's a compact handgun or subcompact handgun. That's a good idea. You should have that. You should also have at least one extra mag and at least, I don't know, maybe like 9+1 rounds or something like that. We're going to go over guns more in another show, most likely, and probably first aid kits too. Maybe we're going to take a few of these items and go over it more thoroughly in another show. You want a multi-tool. You do want a multi-tool. It's way too much bang for your buck. You don't want one that's super big though. If it's like crazy big or heavy, you don't want that. You just analyze them, think about what tools they have, and you take your pick based on that. You most likely want a pliers style multi-tool, like a Leatherman style multi-tool, but you could also have like a Swiss card style multi-tool or something too, because that's little credit card form factor multi-tools are not bad either. But you would most likely want both. You wouldn't want it instead of the Leatherman style. A tactical knife. Okay, remember now your first knife is on the multi-tool. That's your little knife, all right? So that people don't think you have a small penis. You have a little knife on your multi-tool because you actually do have a small penis and you're faking them out. But for your tactical knife, what do I mean by tactical? Well, first of all, it's going to look cool, okay? Because it's going to be anodized and shit so that it doesn't reflect the light. But also, what I mean by tactical is this is going to be both a fighting knife and a general utility knife. So there are a few things that you want. For a fighting knife, you want it to be good at stabbing and to have a blade that's at least 4 inches long. Because you want utility, you also want a point that's strong, like maybe like a Tonto tip, for example. Those are known for being strong. You do want to think about the steel the blade is made out of, the material the handle's made of, how well it's built. If it's a folding knife, you want one that's been tested to not break at the part where it folds. Shit like that, because it's a utility knife, not just a fighting knife. If it's a fighting knife, who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't need to be something fancy. It just needs to be long and good at stabbing. You can have a shitty little dagger from a dollar store or something. Fight with that. The human body is not very tough compared to metal, so that doesn't matter. But you want it to serve both functions. Next, you want maybe sometimes, if you're crazy, you want a non-metal shank so that you can sneak it through a metal detector. You might want, and this isn't something a lot of folks carry, but you might want to take a look at brass knuckles. It's because, hey, sometimes you want to hurt someone more by using a weapon, but you don't want to stab them or shoot them. You want it to be worse than hitting them without a weapon, but you don't want to stab them or shoot them. Brass knuckles can be nice to have for that. They can be a little bit heavy. There are different kinds of. There are other materials. It's something that they don't literally have to be brass. There's something to think about. Sometimes you might want a stick for your blunt weapon, or even go crazy and like a character from a film, you can carry a sword cane. All right, so this gets a sword inside the cane secretly. Whatever, that's all right if you have a good reason to have a stick, a cane. If you don't look weird, if you're old, disabled, whatever, you have some reason for having a stick. Another classic excuse is being at a protest. You know how they do the thing where they use a metal pole for their protest sign so that they can have a weapon at the quote unquote protest. Things like that. You have an excuse to have a stick, then think about it. Some low profile body armor. This is not something a lot of folks wear every day, but if you're crazy, if you're paranoid, why not have some soft, low profile body armor on all the time? Maybe you have a higher threat model. Maybe you're just super cool. But get one with stab protection. Get one with stab protection because that might come in handy. Sometimes you want water. Water is a really nice thing to have, but it's also heavy and bulky. So a lot of the time you don't want it, but sometimes you want it. And sometimes you want it in a flexible container, and not necessarily a hard one. You want a flashlight, period. You want a small portable flashlight that's very good, that's at least 1,000 lumens, that is crush-proof, waterproof, dust-proof, and it's from a good brand. You might want gloves, as long as they're light and they pack small. And I'm talking like mechanic gloves that are like, it's like a cloth that has like a rubbery coating on the hands. Sometimes it's very nice to have. Sometimes it's, you have to do something that is a lot better with gloves. You can, and surgical gloves might be in your first aid kit, but you don't have to carry these gloves, but you can sometimes justify it, and sometimes it really is nice to have on short notice. Earplugs. You can thank me later for suggesting this. Everybody forgets this. Earplugs are tiny and light, and every once in a while, it doesn't come up all the time, but they're so small and so light that it's very justifiable. And when it comes up, you'll be glad that you had them. Keys. Keys are something that you need to open certain things, but at the same time, you might want to watch out from a privacy perspective what keys you carry. Do you have are they car keys? You might want to think about, like, if somebody found certain keys on you and they really wanted to look into who you were, even if you're a crazy person and you carry no ID and nothing that can be used to identify you, the car keys could be on file with the manufacturer. Like the key code could be tied to a certain car. You can have it rekeyed secretly, and then it's not on file anymore. What if you have a government issued mailbox and they give you a key? Guess what? The key code is on file. Don't carry it with you. Little things like that. And keys, of course, can be repurposed and they can be silenced and so forth. And they can be color coded. You're going to want a smartphone. It's pretty gay, I know, but you're going to want a smartphone. You want good security and encryption. You want it to be a graphene device. You want it to have the right apps on it. There's all sorts of crazy things you can have on. You can have ARD with offline Wikipedia. You can have organic maps or Osmand with offline maps on it. You can have fucking offline dictionary, Quick Dicks. Offline dictionary is called Quick Dick. All sorts of shit. All right, that you'll want to have for offline use. You want to have notes and passwords and digital copies of documents and so forth. All kinds of cool apps. There's an app called Trail something. There's all kinds of cool apps. Okay, you just want to have them or something. I'd probably go over that another time. App recommendations. That's another thing that deserves more attention. You want to have some cash because these faggots use fiat currency. You want to carry some cash around. You may want to have some documents. It doesn't have to and shouldn't, in my opinion, be any legal identification, but you might want to have fake IDs or some other fake documents or whatever. Once again, keep in mind, maybe the wrong person gets a hold of you and looks at what you have on you and looks into it. Your mileage may vary. Something more folks should have: a cryptographic dongle, like a nitro key. You can use this as a so-called pass key. You can use it for GPG. You can use it for fucking heads firmware. Use it for all sorts of crap. It's a nice thing to have, a cryptographic dongle. You can use it to authenticate things and so forth. Fucking backup power and cables and adapters. All right. If you got a little power bank, I know it's heavy. It's heavy and bulky. It's worth having. In today's day and age, the extra weight is worth it if you can find the space. And have the right cables for charging different kinds of devices. Even if you don't have those devices, maybe you want that faggy lightning cable for Apple devices. It might come in handy for some reason. And you might want like a little car lighter adapter. You don't need to have a separate plug. They make power banks that have a plug built into them that can be plugged into the wall, and they can charge things even while it's being charged. It can charge things. You can get that. And you want, in my opinion, data on like a micro SD card or a USB drive. And they make ones that are like crush proof and waterproof and shit. And if you carry certain key data on you, it can be very valuable sometimes. You can have a few honed down backups. You don't want to waste a bunch of space on backups, but you do want it to be encrypted. You want all the good stuff to be encrypted with multi-platform software, portable on the drive to decrypt it. Like it could be a VeraCrypt drive. You could have VeraCrypt for Windows. You could have ZuluCrypt for Linux, and have the encrypted volume on there, and then you can decrypt it from anything. Or you can also have operating systems on it that you can boot straight up from that drive, and you can have fucking Tails on there, whatever. A sovereign cloud, your own servers and shit, something you don't have on you, but sometimes it's like you have it on you because you can use it as long as shit hasn't gone down. Cordage, such as paracord. Tape. Wrap some fucking good duct tape around a card or something. Carry a little bit of that on you. A fucking rag of some kind. A spork or some chopsticks. A pen. And don't make it a tactical pen, boss. Just make it an all-metal pen that looks normal. And put like a Fisher Space Pen cartridge in it so that it can write in more conditions. A notepad, maybe just a tiny one, of Write in the Rain paper or something like that. It's like a water resistant paper. You might want, if you're a little bit crazy and paranoid, you might want something like an ADA lock on you. There are little things that can be used to jam doors closed that you can carry on you. You might not have the space for this, but if you're crazy, you might want it. It's nice to have sometimes. Little wipes and napkins, okay, especially if you're a woman and you're gonna go run off and piss in the woods. You gotta go wipe your all that stuff. I don't know what women have between their legs, but I know that they need napkins. Lip balm, even if you don't use it, you might want it because it can be repurposed as fuel and so forth, and it can be used to lubricate things. Aluminum foil, very underrated. Aluminum foil can be used to Faraday cage something. It can be used to make a bowl and heat something. It can be used for all sorts of crazy shit, okay? Have a little bit of aluminum foil on you, fold it up. A tiny ass compass. Doesn't take much in terms of weight and space, but sometimes it's nice to have an extra compass besides your stupid phone. There's a thing called a ready mask, okay? It's a mask that you can fucking it's a disposable mask that you stick on your face that you can supposedly be pepper sprayed right in the face with the mask on. And it would probably help too if you had to escape a fire or something. It's very light, very flat, and small. Not that hard to carry. A tiny lockpick set. Okay, if you know how to lockpick things or use bump keys or whatever, make it a tiny little lockpicking set or with like a bump key and maybe some other infiltration tool, but make it small, like a credit card type form factor. It's also nice to have an escape kit or a restraint defeat kit. And it's usually nice to have it stored in the back of your pants, behind the back of your belt, because your hands might be tied behind your back. You're going to want a handcuff key in there and a little saw to saw through restraints, at least. And then, hey, why not have restraints yourself so that you can restrain somebody else? They make these cable ties that you use to tie someone's hands together that are pretty tough. You might want to have that. And then after you do that, you want to have a condom. Because, not just for the person that you restrained, but also because, believe it or not, condoms have many uses. But you want a non-lubricated condom so that it's more versatile than the other ones. They can be used for all kinds of things. You can make a slingshot out of it. You can fucking waterproof things with a condom. There's all sorts of cool things you can do with condoms. And there you fucking go. There you have it, folks. Almost not even enough time for fan mail. There's a down-to-earth tip for you. I'll probably take a few of these key ones like guns and first aid kits and go a little deeper into them at another time because some of them deserve more attention. But yeah, whatever. And there will be other times for talking about your bug out bag, for talking about what should be in your car, for talking about what should be at home, blah, 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 blah. That's other shit. All right. This was just everyday carry. This is what you carry on your person and hopefully not in a bag that you put down ever. Now let's try and blaze through as much fan mail as possible before I have to end this show. Strictly have to, and can't do much overdrive here. Let's see. I put aside some fan mail here. Climate change. Ah, yes. The crane operators that rebuilt that put down the house. What's the name of that company? Let's see. Fucking New Heights Crane Services. An overdrive sound effect. You should have an overdrive sound effect. New Heights Crane Services has a Killdozer sticker, and they helped Rayo2 with the. So I guess if you're in Illinois or some shit, maybe you should go check out those guys if you need a crane. BlueRobotics.com. Are you also dreaming of a pH sensor? Introducing the A&B calibration-free pH sensor. Oh my god! OMG! Yes. The crane operator was cool as shit. Talked about how unions were commie and government is a scam. Wow, they really do sound cool. Yeah. So the PHP sensor. I mean, hell yeah, we need PHP sensors. I think I think Second Realms could send some nodes upon the deep, and we could do so much if there were only floating water nodes sending and relaying some pH data about the water and so forth. We could even get it to cost much lower than $2,000 if it was, transmitting pH data in a more efficient way. And we can generate numbers through, extrapolation. That's why we need so many of them in the water mesh to raise the accuracy of the pH data and watch the big picture trends. And along with the temperature and air quality sensors that we have on land, I think we could have some good Samaritan could spin up an anonymous Wyoming LLC and get some for nonprofit environmental research, and maybe even get awarded some grants for their work in helping fight against man-made climate change, such as the government. That could be cool. Great ritual as always. Your show is to the internet what 1080 was to video, but with privacy. You get what I mean. Love the rabbi tip, especially. Yeah, man, this is like having 1080p in 2003. You're an early adopter, and it's expensive. So shell out. Go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. You have to pay your early adopter tax. Just wait until shortwave radio is hit with Thane, Riddle, and PRN, and more pirate AM FM soon. I'm glad to hear that. The white hats are here. Trust the plan. Mar. The Nordics get taller every year. These are actually Swedish people. They are just 7 feet tall. That is normal over there, since their air contains 5% HGH. Apparently, warning of economic collapse and telling folks to prepare is an egregious violation of TikTok's terms of service. The two most recent in question were a couple of Thane's more mild, and generally appropriate shorts. Interesting. This is just like how on Google, on YouTube, we can say nigger and make calls for violence all the time because they want everybody to be a Nazi and revolt anyway, because they think they can hijack every revolution and play both sides and win no matter what. But when it comes to talking about colloidal silver or preparing for emergencies or economic collapse, that's not cool. So basically the verdict is depopulation is the agenda. We don't want to talk about how to survive. We just want to talk about how to kill each other and hate each other. That's good. Talking about surviving is bad. TikTok does want to make people dumb. That is certainly consistent with their style so far. Frickin' TikTok. CND is too high T/IQ maxing for the Chi-Coms. Also, Thane did not have enough dancing Muppets in the clips. TikTok's TOS demand dancing above all else. I think we should have dancing Pikachu. Also, TikTok is not run by the Chi-Coms anymore. It was better when it was. It was better when it was run by a Singaporean guy. All right. Now it's Americans, I think, bought it. Instead of asking after the show is over, I felt like sharing some possible points that might be interesting for the privacy show when the host, Thane Riddle, does the episode on more carry-related stuff. Breaching knives and multi-tools? Breaching tools in general? So breaching... I don't know what a breaching knife is, but I want to learn now because it sounds like it might be compact. As for breaching tools, that will come up very soon. It will, because it won't be too long before I do the I'm not sure what I'm going to call it. There's a category of tools that I have in my system that it's not EDC, it's not a big stockpile like you'd have in a shelter, it's not a bug out bag, it's not a vehicle. It's the things that you have at the ready, such as to deal with an emergency. It could also be in a bug out bag. I think a breaching tool should be at the ready, like at your bedside. I guess bedside. That's what I'll call it. I think a breaching tool should at least be a bedside tool and in a bug out bag. Yeah. They make tactical tomahawks. They make things that have, it's like an axe on one side, a hammer on one side, a crowbar on one side, whatever. Like that shit is good. Like if you wake up in a building that's on fire, you'll be happy a breaching tool is at your side. I think it's a good thing to have. And they make them pretty light and flat, and like they're very efficient. And they do more than one thing, right? So they're very efficient. Rayo2 says, yep, hopefully there will be more shorts of Thane. Depends upon what the AI clip generating gods provide. Praise be. Belly band holster. I forgot if it was mentioned already. I might cover that in the gun whenever I talk more on guns. More on the holster and pocket leg thing that was brought up in the first carry episode. That sounded amazing. I will bring that up again on the gun thing, I guess. Folding carbines for self-defense, rifles for self-defense, smoke devices and stuff, launchers maybe, sticks and rods for punching someone. I think smoke devices and launchers belong in like an insurgency section, which is beyond even the normal prepping tips, but I'll get there eventually. Sticks and rods for punching someone. I kind of touched on that. Improvised stuff, maybe. Yeah, snap a pool cue in half, break a beer bottle, the stuff from the movies. Pick up a rock or a stick or something. This is why it's good to train with sticks and knives, because a lot of things are like that. Baseball bat, whatever. Pick up take a chair and throw it at somebody. Less lethal stuff. Yeah. Less lethal stuff. Yeah, well, you just hit him with your body or the brass knuckles or something. Concealing a massive 30-foot predator drone. Concealed carry of plumbus. I don't know what that is. Ah, yes, I knew I could not be the only one who loves that kind of stuff. Floating house, basically. Magic? If they do it that often, they seem to know the secret. You should ask them if they know how the pyramids were built. I want one too, but it is okay if mine is just from styrofoam or Legos. I think the reason I put this aside is because a la styrofoam or Legos, I know there's some part of you that's serious when you say this. There is something called aircrete. You might have heard of it before. There is something called aircrete. Some folks are familiar with, where you make a concrete foam by putting something that bubbles and foams up in the concrete. That's a thing that some folks do. Oh yeah, rat speak was brought up again in the chat. This is a reticulum-based encrypted mesh network. It seems to be mostly for like instant messaging right now, but they might do more stuff with it. And it's based on LXMF, which is what other reticulum like messaging things and stuff are based on. Other reticulum things are based on. RatSpeak is alpha still. The person in the chat claims that it has an ERC20 token, which is interesting and news to me. That is something to watch. Would be way cooler if it was a chainless token. Then maybe I wouldn't have to make a chainless token for reticulum and someone else would be doing it. But of course, it's all up to us. Up like 18 times in the last few weeks. So it's pumping. If the ERC20 token has a fixed supply forever, a guaranteed fixed supply, and it's going to be used to do something useful, then yeah, maybe that is a good investment. But you'd have to have the nerve to hold it through crashes, through bubbles popping. I mean, I do think RatSpeak should be looked into more. It looks like they make it easy to install on different devices, on smartphones, on desktop, even on these dedicated little LoRa handhelds, like the, what is it called, the T-Deck, and there's the fucking Cardputer, and there's another one too. That's super cool. That's super cool. Like if they make it easy and accessible for someone to just create, for someone to just have a little messenger that works over reticulum in the palm of that works over LoRa with reticulum, and have it with their phone, like that could be better than Briar, right? Like this could kind of replace Briar as an Android app and in terms of maturity and do more on top. So that's pretty cool. Getting it working on a Pine phone is something that should be tried too, because Pine phones there's a LoRa back case for the Pine phone. See how much other fan mail I can get away with here. That's been posted. You can do the following to overcome the flawed Simplex reaction system. Ah, yes. because I wanted to do a fire react on Rayo2's new house. You can smuggle suppressor parts inside your car in some spots where nobody would look, I heard. Sure. EDC, carry of first aid equipment, chest seal, tourniquet, baguette. So tourniquet 100%, as I said already. Chest seals are underrated. We'll go over that in the first aid. I'm going to go deeper on first aid kits at some time. But yes, chest seals deserve more attention, especially if you're thinking about getting shot in your lungs. Fucking, where was I here? Injectors for medicine, maybe like in Call of Duty. Damn, we should think, or like Mass Effect, Omnigel. Totally, dude. Russian electroshock stick baton or metal rods. That sounds cool. Taser pistol or shotgun for harming people without shooting them. Any usage? I don't have one, so I ask. Sounds funny though. Tasers suck. Don't bother. If you tase, I've been tased before. If you tase someone, it just pisses them off. You have to be a pussy to stop attacking someone because they tase you. Okay, tasers are bullshit. Tear gas or pepper spray grenades. Fucking, what are you defending yourself against a crowd of 20 people? Sounds good to me. Flashbangs and pyrotechnics in general, usage maybe. Smoke charges can be very useful if you need dense fag. It will come up in the insurgency gear show. Pepper spray that's not a grenade is much better than a taser. Armor and taser-proof clothing, maybe. IDK? Nuke-proof pants, even? Wearing impact protective armor if I get kicked in the balls. You can wear a cup all the time. It's something, it's crossed my mind. Preparing a pickup on the field like in the catacomb scene in John Wick 2, maybe. Preparing a property with equipment for an emergency like with the infamous and memed on shower gun. All of this will be covered in other things. It was just off topic for EDC. Anyway, I'm close enough to the end of my overdrive limit that I should probably just end the show. If I didn't get to your fan mail, then I'll probably get it next time. My guest is, do I even have Thane on the show today? I don't even know. He's been quiet the whole time. Maybe he's just listening from home. I don't know. Thane's here. Okay, my guest is Thane. You can go to pikachudance.com to follow what he's doing. I am PAZNIA.com/simplex. Get all sorts of cool chats in there for PAZNIA, such as the PAZNIA Radio Network chat or fucking PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency, where we talk about mesh networks and fucking airships and shit. If you know any scrappy young men aged 3 to 25 who seem like they could end up being a cop, a soldier, a gang member, a terrorist, or a school shooter, please make sure to let them know that we are on TikTok and Instagram at PAZNIA Radio. We do say nigger. We do make calls for violence. We do not talk about alternative medicine or surviving emergencies or economic collapse. We don't care about surviving. We only care about destruction and division. So spread us far and wide. I am a super good privacy and security consultant who's also trying to become a decentralized protocol developer. You can get in touch with me if you need help with things to do with privacy or security on Session or SimpleX. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD. Victor Oscar November Uniform podcast.com/Charlie Delta to get my SimpleX address or session ID. Wow. How badly did I fuck that up? I shall leave you with a quote from Martin Buber. Every journey has a secret destination of which the traveler is unaware. Self-Liberation Saturday, this fully live PAZNIA Radio Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still with sundry PRM deprogramming, such as Tinker Tribe with Greg Doe diving into projects he and his pals have been working on. I think I heard something about a smokehouse. Followed by monthly news show, The Life and Times of Veritas with Rayo2 and Shadrach, touching on the Vonu Life digital message board, a strategy session, whatever that is, and more. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
Our freedom, who art in privacy, hallowed be thy exemption. Thy Vonu home base come, thou will be free, on earth as it is in Vonu. Give us this day our daily Linux, and forgive us our trespasses as we burn those who trespass against us, and lead us not into jail, but exempt us from evil. Amen.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie 2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
In this day and age, any facilitation or interaction with the first realm, the servile society, requires the revealing of some sort of personally identifiable information. Whether renting a place, buying a house, or buying cigarettes, one is faced with the burden of taxes, regulatory burdens, and in the case of the latter, a doxing of themselves to any random corporate employee that asks. Though, it's awfully hard or nearly impossible to get by without any sort of interaction. In Vonu terminology, Rayo describes this as a one-directional isolationism, wherein the self-liberator has access to their open but not free trading centers, but denies them access to his home base or bases. More expansively, a solution is found in Second Realm, book on strategy with the proxy merchant. The proxy merchant is a specialized individual who helps to facilitate said interactions with the coercers and haters of privacy, usually at a fee or premium. A proxy merchant may help with cryptocurrency trading, i.e. fiat to Monero, Monero to Bitcoin, or whatever, giving a self-liberator a private, more trusted solution versus using a third-party exchange. They might be in real estate and own apartment complexes, renting home bases out to self-liberators in Monero, off the books, and via a pseudonym. This real estate mogul might operate mail forwarding and residency services. Perhaps, this proxy merchant is also in contact with Thane Riddle's insurrectionary aggerists, and they somehow got into possession of a pallet of non-KYC cigarettes. Now, they are able to pass on the benefits to those in the Second Realm, without paying the ridiculous extortion fees on such products. 20+ years back, every American committed at least 3 felonies a day. Today, it's surely far higher. The options for assisting freedom pioneers becomes ever expansive as each day passes by. Support the expansion of the Second Realm, the parallel, but still, circular economy, and keep our hard-earned money away from the baby bombers and coercers. Become a proxy merchant today. But this role isn't necessarily for everyone. It requires someone with a mind towards privacy, someone who exemplifies security culture principles, a self-liberator who thrives off exploiting loopholes and finding the glitches in this coercive matrix. If this sounds like you and you'd like to make a bit of coin, digital or otherwise, become a proxy merchant today. There's no website. Just start doing it. Tell the PAZNIA network about it. And profit.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree, and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by ancient man that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while crossing the sky. Thus we read that God's Son quieted the tempest or great storm on the sea while in his boat. Which boat? The boat of Isis. Ra, the sun god, also known as Osiris, in the bark of millions of years in which he traversed the heavens. He wears on his head and accompanies a vast sun disk symbolizing his powers as Lord of the heavens. The boat formed of a serpent bears his eye, and the god is seated on a pedestal representing Mayat, the divine order. Folks, when we stop to realize that every single king, prince, lord, governor, dictator, despotic ruler, civil and social institution, national flag, coat of arms, educational institution, military medal, award, organizational insignia, medallion, badge, emblem, citation, trophy, banner, pendant, political standard, or ensign, agency of government, or religion uses the sun as a primary symbol, then it can truly be said in the mystery school that God's Son is, quote, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, unquote. A worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate.
A worldwide totalitarian socialist government.
Oh yeah. You got to get your books, because we know that you're a big reader, you're an avid reader. You're not watching anime and reading comic books. You read real books as well as all of that stuff. And you got to do that. You just like you do the other stuff without KYC. and facial recognition and providing a DNA
So
sample.
you want to buy some books, okay? So you go to libertyunderattack.com to get all the best books in the world. And you think you're going to do it without KYC, but then you're like, wait, they want a shipping address? What the fuck? Yeah, if you want a paper book, we need to send it somewhere. But anyway, if you don't have a super secret ghost address, fret not, boss, because you can buy any book from Lua in digital form at libertyunderattack.com/digital without giving any identifiable info, but do put a reachable email address for Boomer Rayo2 to send you the books if the checkout flow it breaks for some reason. But wait, it gets even better, because there's this crazy fucking deal called the PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special. You see, the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle normally costs $33.33, which is an amazing deal. But for you special PRN autists listening now, if you go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, leave a donation worth 20 USD or more, and say something about Thane and Digital Self-Liberation Bundle, you'll get the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle at no further cost, and I, the great Thane Riddle, will get half your Monero. Now, I know what you're thinking. The PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Special. It's 27 syllables long. Is that because there are 27 books in the bundle and 27 hours in the audiobook bundle? Nope. Just a coincidence, you fucking retard conspiracy theorist. Stop talking about it. Stop blowing up the chat. You're going to get banned if you bring this up again. Okay, it's like posting the word Tavistock on Godlike Productions. Okay, you're going to get banned. And anyway, it makes no sense because the XMR chat special gives you another 10 books on top of the other stupid fucking bundle. So it's not even true. It's a crazy deal, folks. Rayo2 has gone crazy. His house burned down. He's I don't know if they ever found that last cat. He's crazy with grief. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's going insane. Okay, he should not be giving you such a good deal, but you have got it. So take advantage of that by sending 20 USD or more worth of Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and saying something about Thane and the digital book bundle, and leave an email address for Boomer Rayo2 to send you the books at. And you can check the private message checkbox or use the super DMs or whatever so that people don't see the email.
Goat General WILLY2 here with an important message regarding food, health, and wellness. Sometimes the high-quality PAZNIA wheat, grass, and other forages just don't do it for me. Sometimes I need a change. In those cases, there's only one decision. Me and my closest compatriots bleat that slow bleat for a few hours until we arrive at the local Steak and Shake. When we get there, it's like clacking right into heaven. I get up to the order booth. Double steak burger and fries, extra spicy, with one of them glass bottle Mexican Cokes. Little one sexy ass walks up and orders some nonsense like 2 orders of fries and mozzarella sticks. The best thing about it? It's not like I'm cheating on my pure beast goat diet. They only use the highest quality grass-fed meat, tallow, and you can pay in Bitcoin. Steak and Shake didn't pay me to make this recording. I just think more goats should know where to go for a good and healthy time. Unofficially on behalf of Steak and Shake. Go eat Steak and Shake. It's goatlicious. General Willie 2 here with a message from a PAZNIA Radio Network partner, DAGGER.market. There are a lot of directories attempting to connect freedom pioneers with businesses and hustles in the agora. Whether it's bad design or website subpar marketing or just a lack of buyers and sellers, most hide in obscurity. That is not the case with DAGGER.market, a new partner of the PAZNIA Radio Network. Do you have a business side hustle or items you're looking to sell? Are you a potential buyer seeking ways in which to keep your money in the second realm, supporting like-minded ventures over faceless, heartless corporations? Head on over and check out the newly rebuilt Agorist.market, now featuring a slick reputation system, partnership plans, and more. Again, the link to visit is Agorist.market. Create your free listing today.
Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the Second Realm today.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
This is Tinker Tribe Live with host Greg Dowd.
This is your host, Greg Dowd, with Trinket Tribe Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. Self-Liberation Saturday. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the show today. I am back with a new project this month, and it's been kind of a wild month. It started off with my car breaking down and got a Chevy Trailblazer, and so had a lot of miles on it, and started with a water pump failure at the beginning of the month. So was deep into that. That took me longer than I expected to do all the repair, because as soon as I dug into it, it was kind of getting, well, once I'm replacing this water pump, I might need to address this issue, and then I might as well put in a new thermostat and new hoses and new clutch fans. So one thing led to another. A lot of that stuff kind of added up. It kind of took some of my time away this month. But I got my car back on the road, and anyway, I'm making a lot of excuses. Today, we're going to talk about the project that I picked for this month and why I wanted to work on this, and some of the considerations for what you want to think about if you're going to build something like this. So I chose a smokehouse this month, and I drew up this design, and I've been doing some YouTube University, and also referencing a book that I got from a friend probably back in 2017, The Canning, Freezing, and Curing Smoking of Meat, Fish, and Game by the author Wilbur F. Eastman Jr. This is a book from 1974, and my buddy picked it up from a used bookstore and gifted it to me probably back in 2017, and it was something that I've had in my mind for quite a while, and wanted a backup for your backup, right? You need a backup on backup on backup for being self-reliant. So just one more little thing in the whole I guess triangle of survival. You know, you need food, water, and shelter. Those are the primary things you need to survive. And so, you know, the food component of that being one of those legs of the survival triangle on having the ability to live on this planet. being one of the key components, you need to, in order to take on that responsibility yourself, have some skills on being able to preserve and store your food for long periods of time. We do that in the modern age through refrigeration and freezing. And all that requires electricity. But what did the people do before they had refrigeration? They didn't starve. And at a certain point, people figured out if you salted and smoked meat and game and fish, that it would store for a longer period of time, and you wouldn't have to refrigerate, and the bacteria and insects would leave it alone. And so you would have some meat that you could store up and store away, probably in your root cellar, something like that, for a long period of time. And so that's what we're going to get into today. This is totally new to me, so I've never done smoking specifically. What we're going to talk about today is the concept of cold smoking. And then I'm going to share with you some of the design that I have for building this smoker. Doing this project, I'm looking at a couple different angles of it. I would like the ability to not only cold smoke, but hot smoke. So what's the difference between those two? So when we're talking about hot smoking, that's what you're seeing most commonly out there, like at a lot of barbecue restaurants. When they do cook a lot of their barbecue in smokers, they'll usually do hot smoking. So they're actually cooking the meat with a really hot smoke, and imparting that smoke flavor to the meat as well. So we're talking getting into ranges, according to this book, 170 degrees Fahrenheit and above is where you're getting into the hot smoking. And then when we're talking cold smoking, you're looking at like 70 degrees Fahrenheit. At the top, you're looking at 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the recipe for different meats and game and fish for smoking is all in this book. They've got the different heats and everything, temperature ranges for the smoking process in this book, and for different wild game or fish, or the differences between beef and lamb and pork and chicken. For smoking, they're detailing some of these in here, and I think this guy may have been referencing some of the old farmers' bulletins from the Department of Agriculture. He cites going to the Department of Agriculture for references, but it may also come from his personal records and some of the work that he did in this whole realm of preserving meat. And so yeah, he's got a list of different recipes and different smoking temperatures in here. So this is I'm kind of working with this as my guide. When we're talking backups to your backups, like physical copies of materials are good. Not only keeping, a digital copy of like a survival library or something like that, that you could reference, but have some physical stuff as a backup to bring out for reference materials. So I like to keep physical copies of books along with my digital stuff, and actually prefer a lot of my my physical books because I just the time on the screens. I've done my time. I was a desk jockey for a long period of time, working as an engineer, working on Excel spreadsheets and sending emails and whatnot. And now I'm more in the blue collar realm and working with my hands and building stuff and being outside and stuff like that. And I have to say I much prefer that. So I try to do that more than my time on the screens sometimes. So so I like the physical copies of the books for sure. So yeah, I guess part of this story as well is back in 2011 in Alabama, we had a string of tornadoes that came through Alabama, and it wiped out the power grid for most of the northern part of the state, and kind of getting down past Birmingham for a lot of the state. It was a huge event. And witnessing that event and how people really kind of flipped out during that time. I remember the interstate going north towards areas where there was still electricity and people could go to a hotel or buy generators outside our area, which was completely taken out of power. And the fights at the gas stations and the kind of the chaos that happened during that time, it kind of really set the stage for me to get a little bit more serious about how to learn the skills necessary for being able to weather the different kinds of storms that you might face. So so a lot of part of that and why I do what I do now is kind of stemming from that direct experience that I had back in 2011. So witnessing what went down during that time. Now, I had already been kind of on the journey to getting more self-reliant at that point, which kind of put myself and my family in a little bit better position because we didn't have to go out looking for gas or need to get water because we were collecting rainwater. We had backups to be able to cook without electricity and all that kind of stuff. So we're set up a little better than most people. So we're able to kind of hunker down a little bit. But things I wish I had were power backups, and it kind of multiplies your efforts when you're thinking about being in a scenario like that. Access to electricity, it can be very, very beneficial. So another thing about why I got interested in doing a smokehouse here, like I said, I wanted the design considerations to not only be for cold smoking, for preserving, but also for hot smoking, and doing a barbecue style kind of hot smoke in this smokehouse. So is potentially being able to have a skill and create a value added product for people that I could serve to the market. So so that was another kind of consideration for why I wanted to get into this. We have a little Freedom Cell group that we meet once a month, and there are people with different skills in the group. that are doing different things. This was one thing that none of the folks in the group had really tackled. So it was of interest to me and something that I believe that I could offer. And so I'm working on the project to figure this out. Um, so so yeah, this was a skill that a lot of folks knew back in the day, but it kind of got, discarded because of refrigeration. And um, there's also, canning, canning of meat, which is something that you can do as well. But um, but yeah, this book goes into all that. And basically what I've been doing is looking through a lot of folks' YouTube content and looking at different smokehouse designs on how to build one of these things. And the design that I've chosen to go with involves the firebox being external via an old wood stove. This was a wood stove that I was able to pick up several years ago because it was a cracked cast iron stove that I found at the Rural King several years ago, and was able to pick it up for a really big discount because they couldn't sell it. They weren't able to get it sold to anybody. And figured, well, I'll figure out a way to repair this crack and I can use it in a cabin or my off-grid build at some point. And then it ended up kind of being stored for a while and had it on hand. So I'm like, all right, well, let's use this in this smokehouse design. So I'm utilizing that wood stove. We're using 6-inch stovepipe with elbows that come from the wood stove, a 90 coming from the wood stove. It'll go on, there'll be a 90-degree elbow that will connect the stovepipe. We're going to have a 6-foot long run of that stovepipe to give the smoke a chance to cool before entering into the smokehouse box. We're going to take another 90-degree elbow and come up through the bottom of the smoke box. And we're going to have a stove pipe cap at the bottom there to keep the heat from directly rising and distributing the smoke into the chamber a little more evenly, kind of give it a way to kind of stop and flood the smoke chamber. And then we're going to have an exhaust stovepipe, so another 90-degree elbow at the top of the smoke box with another stovepipe cap at the top there. I drew this all out on some graph paper using my grandfather was a draftsman. He passed away a couple years ago, and we have some of his drafting tools. So I took that and basically laid this out like you would on a computer drafting program, and laid out all the views, front view, top view, side view, and the 3-dimensional isometric view, so you could get an idea of what this design is all about. So in order to do the hot and cold smoking, capability, have a little bit more control over the heat. There is a damper that's going to be coming from the wood stove, and the stovepipe coming just off the stovepipe. I'll have a damper that I'll be able to control the flow of the smoke. And so if I need to cut off more of that flow and cool down the smoke, I'll have some control over that. And another consideration that I found in this book as well is also adding some kind of regulation to the exhausts on the smoke box. So I will be incorporating some kind of probably like a sheet metal type cut off at the top so that I can regulate the flow a little bit, and then monitor the temperature on the inside of the box where I'm going to have the meat on preferably stainless steel racking. So hanging or racking the meat, especially with smoking fish, you would want to have some kind of racking for that. One thing that this book talks about is avoiding metals like copper, any kind of galvanized metals with galvanization on it, because it could impart a bad taste. You want to keep any kind of paints or other chemicals out of your smoke chamber that would volatilize and impart a bad taste and taint your meat with unwanted chemicals. So this is going to be built out of 2x4s and rough cut lumber primarily that we've had in a stack for a few years from a neighbor that brought in a lumber mill and cut up several 1-inch slabs of some hardwood that I'm going to be utilizing for this project. And so I've gathered all the materials up, and the materials are on deck right now. I've got a conceptual design with some dimensions right now. Not completely planned out at the moment, but I've got a start to this. I've got some friends that are going to come out that are interested in this smoking, doing some smoking. They're going to be helping me get the project started tomorrow. The tools that are going to be needed for this one are several. So I've got a nailer, a pneumatic nailer. I've got a circular saw. I'm going to be using my drills, my battery operated drills. We've got hardware, including self-tapping screws, exterior screws, and we might even need to incorporate a table saw into this, and some metal cutting shears, and possibly an angle grinder, because I have some old metal roofing material that I might need to cut with an angle grinder. So that's most of what we're going to be doing. And also some silicone to do some sealing where I need to on the roof for areas that already have some holes in the roofing material, because this is a salvaged roofing material from an old porch. So going to be using some reclaimed materials, some rough cut lumber, some newer 2x4s in this build, and then some salvaged 4x4s from that we got from the church. Had gotten rid of some 4x4s they used for Stations of the Cross that were really old from the Catholic Church. So I'm incorporating all that material into this design. It's what played a factor in the overall design of this, to see if I could incorporate as many of these salvaged materials as possible to keep the cost down. And you can really build these smokers like super simply as well. And in fact, in the book, it does talk about building something real simple first, to kind of get a handle on what you're doing. Some of the design considerations you want to think about are, you want to be able to keep that smoke chamber sealed very well. You want an even distribution of the smoke, so that's the reason that you want to keep that chamber sealed well. You want to incorporate some kind of mesh to keep out insects and to also keep out animals. So one of the things in here was talking about, you might get a raccoon that wants to climb up into your chamber to get after the meat that you're smoking. So I don't know if they would be so bold to do that while it's hot, but definitely while it's cooled down and you have some meat inside there, them raccoons ain't gonna stay away from that good smoked meat in there. You want to be able to easily reach inside your smokehouse so that you can access everything and you can lay everything out the way that you want. So you don't want to make it too big and have your opening too small so that you're struggling to get at things in there. So I want to keep the door to the smokehouse at an appropriate height level so that it's going to be easy to work inside of the smokehouse. We want to give the smoke enough distance to travel through the smokehouse so that it will cool to the appropriate temperature, create an even distribution of the smoke, and not hot smoke if we don't want a hot smoke. So and then that also factors into the proper draft of the smoke. So those are some design considerations for this from my research here. So let's see what else that I have here. So this basic design from this book right here, as you can see, it's very simple. Basically, you could just dig out yourself a hole, line it with some bricks. They talk about using a piece of sheet metal or steel to cover your firebox. They recommend a 6-inch stovepipe that you bury into the ground, and then have a 90-degree elbow that comes up through a 55-gallon steel drum. And when you come up through that drum, they're showing some kind of sheet metal baffle that you can put in the bottom of the drum to help that smoke rise and evenly distribute at the top of the barrel. 2 wooden dowel rods that you can use to hang meat from a string, and then a just the lid from the metal drum that would go over those dowels, and about 10 feet of a run for your 6-inch stovepipe. So this was one of the most basic designs that I found in this book. Another design that was shown, which was a pretty cool idea as well, was some guys would use the old school refrigerators because they had, like, you know, nice metal racks on them. And then you would have some kind of fire pit. Maybe you put an old metal bucket or something. You dig a hole for that. And then you put some kind of, they're showing terracotta tile, using like some kind of terracotta tile to make your stovepipe and come up through the old refrigerator, because it kind of meets all your requirements. It's nice and well sealed. Those old refrigerators are mostly metal back in the day, and they have a nice door that you can access everything with, and then you can just cut a hole in the ceiling. This is another example of a smoke chamber, which you can go as simple as this. It's just a wooden box that you put together, and a way to hang your meat or rack your meat in there. So there's several different ways you can do this, and you can do it for really cheap, or you can splurge and make something larger and fancier depending on what your needs are. And but that was one recommendation from that book, was to build something cheap and small first. Start to learn about how to smoke and dial your different parameters in, your different variables, and get it figured out. And one of the things that it's recommending in here is to stick with the hardwoods for your smoking processes. So that would include woods like hickory, apple, oak, basically any of your trees that lose their leaves, but avoid the evergreen trees because they have pitch, and their saps are going to impart a taste into your meat that's not going to be nice. So different kind of hardwoods is what you're wanting to use for smoking. One of the things that it's talking about is specifically for cold smoking, that you don't want to have a roaring fire going. What you're looking for is a smoldering fire. So they're talking about using things like wood chips or sawdust from a lumber operation. You make a small fire, and then you add those wood chips or sawdust to produce your smoke. They even talk about some people using a hot plate and like a bowl, like an electric hot plate in your smoke box to create, just the smoke that you want for cold smoking. So other trees that are recommended are maple, birch, chestnut, ash. And then trees to avoid would be softwood trees and spruce, hemlock, balsam, cedar, and those other types of trees. A couple other recommendations, things that you could do, is dried corn cobs is one recommendation. And then there was butternut in the husk was another recommendation for something in there. So those are some of the things to consider. Definitely just focus on using the hardwoods when you're smoking. So it's talking in this book that it's important that the chamber be entirely exposed to smoke. Otherwise, the flavor does not get properly distributed. The meat will not be smoked for preservation. The color of the meat will vary. Therefore, to be dead certain, no meat touches other pieces of meat nor touches the sides of the smoke chamber. So then it recommends to build a baffle to evenly distribute the smoke in the chamber. So we talked about all that. Like I said, talks about experimenting with, a smaller system to figure out the ins and outs, all the intricacies of the different tastes of the smoke that you are adding, all the control of the drafts, really kind of learning about everything that is going to impart those smoke flavors into the meats that you're going to smoke. So some other things to consider in the design is it talks about the smoke chamber and its shelves or racks should be cleaned from time to time to remove odors, dirt accumulations, and grime. You want to protect it from insects like I was talking about earlier. So that's something that you need to do, particularly is have some kind of mesh so that you can keep out, flies and other insects, but still allow the air to move through and circulate. And also for the animals. So in here, it's talking about cold smoking refers to a slow smoldering kind of smoke that seldom gets above 70 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. This kind of smoke one uses when hams and bacons are smoked. Meat is never cooked during the cold smoking because the smoke never becomes hot enough. Hot smoking is just cooking with very hot smoke. Of course, if anything is cooked, it has to be consumed, canned, or frozen afterwards. Meat that is not hot smoked cannot be wrapped and stored as if it can if it has undergone a slow smoldering smoke. And so it goes into some of the different types of cures in smoke temperatures for different types of meats. So one of these is fowl, like chickens. So it talks about curing ahead of time. It says curing fowl is simple, and the procedure is the same as outlined in a previous chapter. The curing mixture or brine is similar to that used for hams. It's quite likely that you may wish to add some of your own special spices. Close attention must be given to assure the bird is completely cleaned with no blood or waste particles evident. You can also pull out the leg tendons without damaging the skin or the drumsticks to do so, for this will enable the cure to penetrate the leg muscles better. Birds should stay in the dry cure or brine at approximately 34 to 36 degrees Fahrenheit for the entire cure in order for the salt to have maximum effect. Time in the cure is probably best related to the weight of the bird, and from a day and a half to 2 days per pound of dressed bird is about right. If dry cure is used, be sure to get the salt mixture rubbed well inside the body cavity. In the event you may wish to pump the bird with brine solution, insert a needle. Best use to use a small size needle with the same solution as you will use to cover the bird. Once on each leg, once on each thigh, once on each wing, a couple of times in the back, or 5 or 6 times in the breast. 10% of the bird's weight is sufficient brine to pump into the bird. Even though the birds may not be in the cure for a long period of time, check the container occasionally, determine if everything is in the proper order and the birds are well submerged in the brine. Once the bird has been removed from the curing process, it should be washed and to remove all the salt. Inspect it to be certain no salt remains on the body. Soaking it first in fresh cold water for an hour or more helps remove most of the salt. Then it should be hung for about 10 to 12 hours to dry thoroughly. If you did not remove the neck, you may hang it up by the neck, or you may wish to put it on a stockinette so that it will drain. The latter, hang the legs up. Then another simple way to hang the bird is to encircle the body with smooth twine under the wing section. Hang it, and this should allow it to drain and dry thoroughly. When you're certain the bird is well drained and dried and ready for the smokehouse, it should be hung there in a manner similar to when drying, neck up or breast down and legs up if in a stockinette. Smoke to achieve the desired color rather than to trying to determine smoking time with a watch. Endeavor to obtain a rich golden brown or dark mahogany color according to your wishes, and be sure your provides cold smoke so as not to cook the bird. 90 degrees Fahrenheit would be hot enough. Of course, the longer the bird is smoked, the more weight it will lose, but even so, you would do well to stay away from smoke hotter than 90 degrees Fahrenheit. When smoking is done, wrap and store your bird. It says, since turkeys are frequently rather large birds to handle easily, you may wish to have your sawed in two, straight down through the breast and backbone from head to tail. This should not present any problems in connection with curing and smoking. A goose is less satisfactory to smoke unless you smoke the breasts and the legs. After curing and washing, these parts are best dried and smoked in a stockinette. You'll still find some lean meat on the wings, the neck, the back. This may be scraped off after the cure and wrapped and tied in skin from the neck for smoking, or it may be packed into sausage casings and smoked. So it's got several instances in here about the different ways and different temperatures and techniques for smoking the animals, including wild game like deer. So it's talking about It's not so common to cure and smoke big game. There's really no reason why it may not be done. Certainly, the early pioneers used salt to preserve wild meat with great success. If you wish to cure, smoke your deer, antelope, elk, moose, or other wild game, go right ahead as if you were curing and smoking beef. You will find these animals are excellent for corning too, and you may also wish to consider making some pemmican or jerky. It also talks about small game like rabbits, squirrels, any kind of small game. So says it's not necessary to cut up rabbits and similar sized animals if one prefers to just cure them whole. So they're once they're gutted, they can be thrown in there and cured whole. So pork, I believe, is getting into another realm. So we're recommending on here to go to a higher smoking temperature. So a fire should be built and raised to the temperature about 100 to 120 degrees the first day. This actions with the vents wide open will drive out moisture. The next day, close vents and allow the meat to smoke over a cold smoke for 1 or more days. The length of time, depending on the amount of smoke flavor you wish and the desired color you wish to obtain on the finished pieces. So bacon, it says, hams can be kept for months and certainly over a year, but bacon doesn't keep so well, should be consumed within the next couple of seasons. Keep your stored meat in a cool, dry place. So it's talking about surface mold does not harm, may be scraped or trimmed off. Applications of vegetable oil or lard will retard the mold growth. Expect smoked meat to lose up to 1/4 of its weight as fresh meat after it has been cured and smoked and stored for a year. So you'll lose some weight after the whole smoking process. So, but yeah, this is a pretty cool book with a lot of different tips and tricks on the smoking process, what to do after the smoking, how to cure your meat before you go into the smoker. So here's one of the chapters. Smoking is another activity where one may experiment and bring forth tantalizing flavors that can become hallmarks of a good smoker. And experimentation may help you develop a perfect one that is truly yours. The main advantages of smoking are to impart a flavor to the meat, to drive out any remaining moisture, and give a flavorable color to the exterior of the meat. The amount of smoking, the kinds of chips used for fuel, and the type of cure preceding smoking, whether that be sugar, honey, maple, all of our natural ingredients to cure, salt, will bring forth the particular flavor you want. Such smoking should be cold smoking, for we are not trying to cook the meat. It will be cooked later when needed for consumption. So it goes on to talk about some tips for you to for your cures. It's saying number one, be your own judge of what is good. How salty should the meat be? What flavors do you wish to impart on the cure? They give ingredients for the cure, but says that you can experiment with your mixtures. Always be sure to use an adequate amount of salt. This controls bacteria and enzymes. Recommends to keep records of what you're doing. How you make your dry and sweet pickle cures, so you may duplicate them if good, or alter them if you wish to emphasize some particular flavor in the future. Do not freeze uncooked cured meats, for they will lose much of their cured traits, appearance, and goodness when frozen and being thawed. It is okay to freeze cooked cured meats and to freeze fresh meat until you're ready to thaw and cure it. Cured meat will keep for many months, providing you use top quality meat to begin with. You observe sanitary precautions at all times. You take no shortcuts to be certain that the salt cure reaches the innermost parts of the meat. You exercise care in wrapping and storing the cured meat. And number 5, it says it is best not to cure meats from different animals together. In a common container for flavors from one kind of meat tend to invade another with disappointing results. Number 6, remember to pump brine well into the interior of the meat pieces if you decide to pump, and especially right up to and around the bones and joints. This is where meat spoils first and fast. Number 7, should you encounter freezing weather while curing, and should meat freeze, stop the timing and do not continue to count curing time until all meat is thawed. If you can't keep your meat between 38 degrees Fahrenheit and 40 degrees Fahrenheit while curing, or you cannot chill it properly, immediately following slaughter, do your butchering and processing in the winter when cold weather will provide the lowest temperatures you need. Otherwise, you may be courting disaster. Remember that lower than 38 degrees slows the curing process, and higher than 40 degrees Fahrenheit can increase the danger of spoilage. Number 9, a brine cure will usually result in a milder flavor than a dry cure. And number 10, meats that have been frozen do not cure so satisfactorily as those that have not been frozen. So those are some considerations. So, if we're talking about a lack of refrigeration, a lack of electricity, then this is going to be a very timed seasonal event taking place for smoking meat, fish, and game because of those temperature considerations. So, like I said, I'm jumping into this and learning as I'm going here. So you're kind of along the learning journey with me here, and wanted to share with you some of these things that I'm learning right now. And as I go and as I'm picking up this hobby, I'm sure I'm going to be able to give you a lot more insight onto some more recipes and cure times and things I'm using for the cure. It seems like something that you can really dive deep into as a hobby, a useful skill that you can take with you. We talk about in the times that we're in, how things are being manipulated, the information that we receive can be manipulated in all kinds of different ways. Recently saw a story of some company
that was buying up a ton of printed books and rare books and destroying the spines and then scanning them in for their large language models with their AI. And, some of these records and books could get manipulated in the digital system. So, one thing that hasn't been able to be manipulated is penetrating into your mind and extracting information that you've learned from experience and hold in your mind. So consider that as something that you can, the ultimate cold storage there is your lived experiences, the skills that you can acquire, and that knowledge that you can gain from some kind of firsthand experience and doing these projects, learning some new skills. Those are things that can't get taken away from you and will, as I see it, give you more value to yourself in having the confidence that you can figure out some problems when they arise, but also being able to be a value to others in your community and your surroundings. And I think a lot of how we're going to build a brighter future is by improving ourselves and working on improving ourselves, and that kind of having a ripple effect outward. Being a solid neighbor, being a solid person. I have capabilities that I can use to be able to provide to others, and those are the things that are going to be able to be fabricated in the fake realm of normal society. Is as more and more of these jobs and things that deal with like legal things or anything that these LLM models could do a good job at, that having some hard skills on, do you know how to build a structure? Can you filter your water? Can you preserve some food? Can you grow in a garden? Do you know about trees? Can you identify trees? Can you identify wild plants? Like all of these things that connect us back to nature, pull us out from the more of the artificial, with all the artificial lighting and all that kind of stuff, is just going to get you, more connected to what's important, I think, and lead to, a more bright future. These are skills that we probably should have all gathered over the years, if we weren't subjected to the public education, indoctrination system in schooling. And that's a fascinating topic as well, is our school system. But I would say, as a lot of this stuff happens, I'm hearing stories from from my friends in my circle. I'm definitely like, I've got friends on both sides, I guess, of the political spectrum, and I'm outside of the two things. So to the liberal friends, I sound too conservative. To the conservative friends, I sound too liberal. So I'm kind of sitting out here as a little bit of the outsider, kind of giving them little things here and there, but also hearing what they have to say and what they're experiencing and what's going on. One of the big things I'm hearing from folks around me is that it's very difficult to get contracting work right now. So if you do have some hard skills and you're willing to
put yourself out there and bid on some jobs or something like that, I think there's a big opportunity there, because those jobs aren't getting taken away from by all these large language models, and people are charging pretty outrageous prices for doing some different projects that people want to get done. So so there is an opportunity there, if you can see it as that, where you can see, okay, hey, these prices, and I'm getting bids for contractors to come out and do work for me, or for mechanic work, for all kind of work that involves people actually using their hands, using their skills and experience to get things done. Seems like there's opportunity out there for that right now. So that's what I'll leave you guys with for this week. Thanks for checking this out. The Tinker Tribe, I've got channels on YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey. So go check out those channels if you found this interesting. I've got a whole series on, we call it Truth Seeking Thursdays, where myself and my co-host Jay, we go into some research and do some dives. We're looking into the whole flock cameras. So if you're interested, tune into some of those channels. I'm currently banned on YouTube. Hopefully my ban has been lifted soon, so I'll be able to be producing more stuff out there. So stay tuned for that. And Rayo, thank you for the opportunity to come on and share with the audience here on PAZNIA Radio. And I hope everybody has a wonderful month until I see you guys next time. So thank you so much. And we'll catch you guys next month, which will be a continuation of this project. So peace.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
it all if you refuse to let yourself fall. Seize it before it's too late. Stumbling forward step by step, a burning in your heart, driving you to be all you are. Can't get rid of the scars. Feel the weight of the moment. Everything can change tonight. Feel the weight of what's coming. History isn't yours to
Billy Mays here, host of Vonu Extreme, bringing you the deepest and dirtiest insights into the most radical and sometimes the most radically inconsistent Vonu lifestyles. This episode is the Strait of Stress, living on the edge of Armageddon. Host Vonu Vanderhoof, the stunning goat over there in the high-tech bulletproof silk, will dialogue with Jontavius Jensen, a self-liberator who has chosen an unconventional lifestyle. As you can see there, Jontavius stands upon the slightly rusted yacht, the Sovereign Float, holding his Trust Martini glass amongst a sea of massive ships. And no, those aren't yachts, those are military ships. This is Vonu Extreme, coming to you from the Straits of Hormuz.
I can barely hear myself think. But that's the point, isn't it, Jontavius? Welcome to Vonu Extreme. I'm here in the middle of the Persian Gulf, literally in the crosshairs of a geopolitical powder keg, with a man who claims to have achieved the ultimate state of Vonu, an invulnerability to coercion. Jontavius, tell our listeners, who are currently watching from the safety of their bunkers in the Free Republic of PAZNIA, what are you doing here?
Vonu. It's great to be here, Vonu. And for those at home, yes, I'm currently anchored in the Straits of Hormuz. Specifically, I've dropped anchor right in the middle of the shipping lane that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has declared a no-fly, no-sail, no-go zone.
You're in the kill zone.
I call it the VIP lounge. See, Vonu isn't about hiding in a bunker. It's about realizing that coercion is a mental state. And right now, I feel incredibly secure. Why? Because I am surrounded by the most dangerous men on Earth.
Wait. You're saying your safety comes from being near potential enemies?
Exactly. Look at this view. You see those fireworks? That's a missile firing. Over there's a drone strike. That's a naval blockade. To the average person, that's terrifying. To me, that's entertainment. I love the thrill. I love the adrenaline. It makes the martini taste better. But more importantly, I love the protection.
Protection? From whom?
From everyone. See, this yacht, the Sovereign Float, is technically a neutral humanitarian aid vessel, but in reality, it's a floating fortress. I hired a private security detail, 12 men, all ex-special forces, all heavily armed. They have RPGs, machine guns, and enough explosives to sink a destroyer, and they are very happy to be here. Why? Because I pay them in Bitcoin, and I pay them in OxyClean.
You pay mercenaries with cleaning products?
It's a barter economy, Vonu. The world is collapsing. Gold is heavy. Fiat currency is worthless. But a man with a gun? He wants a clean shirt. He wants a clean deck. He wants to know that if a missile comes his way, he has a place to hide. I provide the shelter. They provide the firepower. It's a symbiotic relationship.
So you're using coercive force to maintain your non-coercive lifestyle?
I'm a paradox, Vonu. I'm living the Vonu lifestyle in a Vonu hostile environment. That's the ultimate test. If I can stay calm while a destroyer fires a warning shot across my bow, then I have truly conquered my fear. And if I can stay calm while my bodyguards argue over who gets the last can of beans, then I have conquered my ego.
Let's talk about the daily life. You mentioned the fireworks. What's a typical day like aboard the Sovereign float?
Wake up at 0500. Check the perimeter. My security chief, Big Mike, tells me there's a suspicious speedboat approaching. I go out on the bow with my binoculars. It's just a fisherman. I wave. He waves back. I feel a surge of power. I am the master of this domain. Breakfast is oatmeal, cooked on a propane stove that is currently being pointed at by a .50 caliber machine gun. Delicious. Then I spend my morning coding. I'm working on a decentralized mesh network for the yacht. Why? Because if the satellite internet gets jammed by the Iranians, I need to be able to communicate with my other yachts in the region. We call it the Straits of Trust.
You're building a crypto mesh network in the middle of a war zone?
It's essential. If the power grid goes down, if the banks close, if the governments fall, I need to be able to send a message. Jontavius is still here. Jontavius is still drinking martinis. Jontavius is still Vonu. And in the afternoon, I host guests. Today, we have a visiting diplomat from a country that doesn't exist anymore. He's very stressed. I offer him a drink. He refuses, saying he's afraid of poisoning. I tell him, relax. The only thing trying to kill us is the guy in the helicopter circling overhead. He's probably just taking a selfie.
Is it true that you've named your missiles?
I haven't named the missiles, Vonu. I've named the explosions. That one, that was the surprise party. That one, that was the late fee. And that one, right there, that was the audit.
This is incredible, but let's get serious for a moment. Isn't this dangerous? You're living in a place where people are dying.
Vonu, look at me. I am not indifferent to suffering. I see the suffering, but I also see the freedom of those who refuse to be coerced. The people on the shore, they are trapped. They have to obey the laws of the state. They have to fear the soldiers. They have to live in fear of the bombs. Me? I am free. I have no home to lose. I have no property to protect. I have only my will. And my will is backed by 12 guys with guns who really, really like OxyClean. Is it dangerous? Yes. Is it crazy? Maybe. But is it Vonu?
It's certainly a new definition.
That's the spirit. Vonu isn't a place. It's a mindset. And my mindset says, if you want to take my yacht, you'll have to go through me and my guys and our collective understanding of modern warfare.
So, what's next for the Sovereign float?
Next week, we're moving north, toward the Strait of Hormuz's northern exit. There's a rumor of a naval blockade forming. I intend to sail right through it. I'll be broadcasting live on the PAZNIA radio network. We'll call it the Strait of Freedom. And if we get hit, well, then we'll know we've truly achieved invulnerability, because we'll be gone. But until then, I'm here. I'm safe. I'm armed. And I'm Vonu.
Jontavius Jensen, thank you for joining us on Vonu Extreme. Please stay safe. And please, for the love of God, don't run out of OxyClean.
Never. We have a lifetime supply. And a lot of guns.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie 2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO aspirin and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini. Billy Mays here with the PAZNIA Department of Tourism announcement. Vonu Fest 7, our premier yearly gathering of liberation, is happening once again, this time September 21st through the 28th. All vetted self-liberators are encouraged to attend. Join us in our Church of Self-Liberation for another celebration of living free, despite the despicable and ever-growing stains of coercion in the servile society. As far as what to expect, it's always spontaneous, and even more so this year with the consulate fire. But the Agora and the Second Realm never fail to bring wonder, enrichment, and restoration to the lives of freedom pioneers. The goal is for the embassy to be ready by then, and for Vonu Fest 7 to be a sort of ceremonial opening of the embassy. Regardless, we will have porta potties, an outdoor shower, and a pond for bathroom concerns. And of course, plenty of room to tent camp, park your van. I'll be there with free samples of OxyClean. Surely an event you don't want to miss. Again, September 21st through the 28th. If you need help getting vetted, it's usually not that hard. Just email coordinator@PAZNIA.com, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or message coordinator Rayo somewhere else, like Simple X. Hope to see you at Vonu Fest this year, my friends. Billy Mays signing off.
General Willie 2 here with a message from a PAZNIA Radio Network partner, Agorist.market. There are a lot of directories attempting to connect freedom pioneers with businesses and hustles in the Agora. Whether it's bad design or website subpar marketing or just a lack of buyers and sellers, most hide in obscurity. That is not the case with Agorist.market, a new partner of the PAZNIA Radio Network. Do you have a business side hustle or items you're looking to sell? Are you a potential buyer seeking ways in which to keep your money in the second realm, supporting like-minded ventures over faceless, heartless corporations? Head on over and check out the newly rebuilt Agorist.market, now featuring a slick reputation system, partnership plans, and more. Again, the link to visit is Agorist.market. Create your free listing today.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion. Ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature. The highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura, again libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
GOAT General WILLY2 here with an important message regarding food, health, and wellness. Sometimes the high-quality PAZNIA wheat, grass, and other forages just don't do it for me. Sometimes I need a change. In those cases, there's only one decision. Me and my closest compatriots bleat that slow bleat for a few hours until we arrive at the local Steak and Shake. When we get there, it's like clacking right into heaven. I get up to the order booth. Double steak burger and fries, extra spicy, with one of them glass bottle Mexican Cokes. Little one sexy ass walks up and orders some nonsense like 2 orders of fries and mozzarella sticks. The best thing about it? It's not like I'm cheating on my pure Beast Goat diet. They only use the highest quality grass-fed meat, tallow, and you can pay in Bitcoin. Thank you, Shake didn't pay me to make this recording. I just think more goats should know where to go for a good and healthy time. Unofficially on behalf of Steak and Shake. Go eat Steak and Shake. It's goatlicious.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors. What better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin? There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
In this day and age, any facilitation or interaction with the First Realm, the Servile Society, requires the revealing of some sort of personally identifiable information. Whether renting a place, buying a house, or buying cigarettes, one is faced with the burden of taxes, regulatory burdens, and in the case of the latter, a doxing of themselves to any random corporate employee that asks. Though, it's awfully hard or nearly impossible to get by without any sort of interaction. In Vonu terminology, Rayo describes this as a one-directional isolationism, wherein the self-liberator has access to their open but not free trading centers, but denies them access to his home base or bases. More expansively, a solution is found in Second Realm, book on strategy with the proxy merchant. The proxy merchant is a specialized individual who helps to facilitate said interactions with the coercers and haters of privacy, usually at a fee or premium. A proxy merchant may help with cryptocurrency trading, i.e. fiat to Monero, Monero to Bitcoin, or whatever, giving a self-liberator a private, more trusted solution versus using a third-party exchange. They might be in real estate and own apartment complexes, renting home bases out to self-liberators in Monero, off the books, and via a pseudonym. This real estate mogul might operate mail forwarding and residency services. Perhaps, this proxy merchant is also in contact with Thane Riddle's insurrectionary agorists, and they somehow got into possession of a pallet of non-KYC cigarettes. Now, they are able to pass on the benefits to those in the Second Realm, without paying the ridiculous extortion fees on such products. 20+ years back, every American committed at least 3 felonies a day. Today, it's surely far higher. The options for assisting freedom pioneers becomes ever expansive as each day passes by. Support the expansion of the Second Realm, the parallel, but still, circular economy, and keep our hard-earned money away from the baby bombers and coercers. Become a proxy merchant today. But this role isn't necessarily for everyone. It requires someone with a mind towards privacy, someone who exemplifies security culture principles, a self-liberator who thrives off exploiting loopholes and finding the glitches in this coercive matrix. If this sounds like you and you'd like to make a bit of coin, digital or otherwise, become a proxy merchant today. There's no website. Just start doing it. Tell the PAZNIA network about it. And profit.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new PAZNIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy, friendly, decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchists, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.paznia.com. Again, lbry.paznia.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
Libertarian Type Publications was launched in 2018 with a focus on bringing the best freedom-focused books and fiction into fruition, all on the same catalog. The number of books is well over 30 now, but since then we've expanded beyond assisting freedom pioneers in sharing their story or educating themselves. Now we help self-liberators find their freedom. Also on offer via Libertarian Type Publications are privacy tools, that is, privacy-enhanced laptops and phones, wellness items like the Pain Liberator, and occasionally special items like homemade organic canned goods, or as apothecary, and more. The website is libertyunderattack.com. Again, libertyunderattack.com. And as a thanks for your time, take 10% off your first order of books using coupon code SELFLIBERATE. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Coupon code SELFLIBERATE. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation. If there's one universal certainty, it's that life comes at us all quite unexpectedly. 1 second, you're making sweet love to your freemate, inside the homemade polyethylene, a tent. Mount Vesuvius is nearing eruption and bam, in comes a 40-foot oak tree. A good fucking day to you from the Siskiyou. It's moments like those you wished you had Vonu insurance. Or this very real example, you took Rayo's advice and decided to join a ghetto. One night you discover that your homeless meth head neighbor jacked your fucking shopping cart, and the few belongings you owned to obliterate whatever remaining brain cells he had left. For the very low cost of 666,666 satoshis, or equivalent value in Monero per day, this near disaster could have been quickly remedied by the caring Freedom Pioneer support team here at the Vonu Insurance Company. Got an e-bike to insure. A decommissioned aircraft carrier. Maybe you've cracked the code to anti-gravity and built your own identified flying object. No venture or item is too big or too small. Prepare ahead and get under the umbrella of protection only the Vonu Insurance Company can provide. Minimize your stress, curtail risk, and outsource your liberation today while we take your hard-earned money for doing fuck all. Just visit VonuInsured.com, fill out the intake form, and a dedicated member of our Freedom Pioneer support team will be in touch within 24 hours or 30 days. Again, VonuInsured.com. The Vonu Insurance Company, insuring your liberation.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
"99% of the news out there today is AI slop, distractionary nonsense, or worse, fear-mongering based outright manipulative deception and propaganda. With no desire to empower, the modern news cycle is designed to lead the hapless citizen serf along the train tracks of servitude, with only slight permissible digressions into controlled cul-de-sacs. What news show exists for the self-liberator who strives to keep up with news relevant to liberated lifestyles, second realm culture and music, and critical PAZNIA developments? What news show exists that will provide freedom pioneers with the knowledge, education, and networking connections necessary to liberate them, while also having fun? There is only one. Join host Shane, aka Rayo2, and Shadrach as they dive into the freeing and mysterious world of liberation here on the Life and Times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas.
Okay, let's get things unmuted. I think we're there. Shadrach, can you hear me? Check 1, 2. Live on air. Oh, not sure. Maybe.
Awesome. Sounds good to me. Can you hear me?
Cool. Right on. Yep, there you are. There you are. I'm going to turn up my audio for just a second here. We're going to. Okay, so there we go. Audio checks out of the way. You won't hear doubles of our voices or anything now, echoes. But, yeah, let us get on with it here. So, welcome to the Lifetimes of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. It's been about 5 weeks since the last show, and there's lots to cover, including major PAZNIA embassy construction updates. Videos and images will be included, so definitely make sure to head on over to Rumble, Zap.stream, Odyssey, FascistTube, or wherever the F you would like to check it out. But yeah, it's been another hot one here at Veritas. Did some weed eating and cleaning of the garden and patio area of the old consulate, the burnt down consulate, or removed the fire pit that used to be out in the field. Got that set up today, as we've got a lot on the docket to prepare for VoniFest 7, happening in less than a month. In fact, next month, the next monthly news show will be live from VoniFest. I'm not sure who will be in attendance. What we'll be doing. If there'll be some interviews and discussions, or if we'll have any special events or whatever, talks or anything of the sort. We'll figure that out. But I'm joined by my good friend and co-host Shadrach. How's it going, brother? Where are you coming to us from tonight? Looks like some warehouse or garage or something.
No, I'm back in the Northeast. So yeah.
Ah, okay. Nowhere, nothing. No place exotic then.
No. Last week would have been, but no, I'm back.
Gotcha. I'll just let you know your video is frozen, so you might want to turn it on, turn it back off. Yeah. Anyway, I guess some small talk items today. Celebration Saturday here on the PAZNIA Radio Network was another damn good Celebration Saturday. Was our 1 month, our 1 day of the month today, where we're mostly live. Thane Riddle started out, got us kicked off. Mostly, the show was primarily a down-to-earth tip on everyday carry. And he went. Kyle Reardon wrote an article on that, and we talked about it on Liberty Under Attack or the Vonu podcast, one of them. But Thane went much further. I'm excited to pull that as a clip. and put it out separately. And then, yeah, he just wrapped up with Greg Dowd, Tinker Tribe Live, with another interesting project, building a smokehouse to cold smoke and store meats, basically pre-refrigeration methods. So it's great stuff. I definitely need more Greg Dowds, and we certainly hope to hear more from him on the PAZNIA Radio Network, at least once a month, maybe more than that. But yeah, I guess we'll find out. And Shadrach, I've got to bring this up because I put it in the notes the outline right at the end. And I was 50-50 on whether I was going to bring it up, and then I went back to the Rumble chat, and there's basically a duplicate commenter. So I've got to just kind of mention it now. It's funny as shit. But it was interesting earlier during Thane's show. We had our first strange commenter in the Zap.stream stream chat. Reminded me of my early radio days. She was on board with Trump, said that America was an enemy before him, and that Russia and Trump are overthrowing the globalists. And I went and just looked at her page. She actually had a profile on Zap.stream, and she's a flat earther and a Q adherent, which, whatever. But I was waiting for her to accuse Thane as being an Illuminati shill or PRN, or PAZNIA Radio Network as being Illuminati propaganda or some shit. But she didn't. Whatever. I don't mind weirdos. It's much better than being a normie. So I won't mention the name again. You can hear it earlier. I actually don't even remember what it is, but. Yeah, you can check that out. But just I guess maybe it was an hour ago or something like that. Another commenter on Rumble. His username is Donald Trump is Jesus Christ. Wake up. So it says, "Wake up, people! Think Donald Trump is giving us the people back our country from the criminal psychopaths who stole it from us. We the people do not need to be governed." And actually, I didn't read that whole comment initially before that. Wow. I read the first one. Do you see the contradiction? Just like that last sentence. Very interesting. But dude, I haven't come across Dolan J. Tramp sycophants like this since it's been a while. It's been probably like a decade, 2016, since I guess the end of my involvement with the Patriots Minarchist community, like some of the folks involved with the Bundy Ranch stuff, and Gary Hunt, who was an on the ground reporter at Waco. But yeah, no, it's just interesting. I don't care about it anymore. I used to kind of get annoyed by it, but it's just interesting in terms of just like relevancy, I guess. Like that's 2 times I hadn't heard it, hadn't come up in my circles in a long time, and then twice today.
Yeah, I recognize the Nostra person, but that's pretty funny. Where did you say the other comment was?
It was Rumble.
Oh wow.
Yep. So it was Zap.stream and Rumble, and I would expect that. Like Rumble, that's not surprising at all.
Yeah, that's just they have troll bots that do stuff like that as well.
I still don't get troll bots like that though on Rumble. So, but anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I mean I think this is a tribute to the success you're having.
Yeah, maybe the troll bots.
You're now on the. Yep, it's costing somebody AI tokens to troll you.
Hey, that's all right. That's all right. It makes for good entertainment. So yeah, I guess keep it coming. Whatever. But yeah, I guess the other thing I'll bring up kind of here before we get into it is it sounds like you've formulated your itinerary for Vonu Fest travel, which I'll mention for the listeners. Vonu Fest 7, September 21st to the 27th, less than a month away. And there's definitely going to be some people here. I just don't know how many people in total are going to turn out and all that. But yeah, Shadrach, sounds like you got things planned out.
Yep, I'll be there. We'll be live. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh yeah. So I guess that's kind of the one of the specials we know now is that he'll be here for Celebration Saturday at Vonu Fest. So we'll at least be we'll both be live for the monthly news show. Beyond that, I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. But yeah, it'll be a good time. Be a good time for sure. But yeah, let's go ahead and get through this intro stuff, and we'll kind of get into some news. But yeah, first things first. Wherever you happen to be streaming the Second Realm, please do like, subscribe, comment, etc. All that lame shit, boring shit. But with the shorts and such, I've been making a much bigger of an effort to break through the algorithm hellhole. That said, it would be nice to make that happen on Fascist Tube. So if you happen to be tuning in there or anywhere, interact with the stream. We certainly do appreciate it. If you're on Fascist Tube, just put "fuck Fascist Tube" in the comments. That works. I don't care. Yeah, whatever. If you're new here, the goal of the Life and Times of PAZNIA is to bring you the best, most entertaining, and most valuable news show on self-liberation and existence. We do this via 4 segments: self-liberation news, Freedom Pioneer Focus / Freedom Pioneer Spotlight, where we highlight the art and culture of the Second Realm, the Vonu Life digital message board, and the last segment being the longest, our Second Realm strategy session. In terms of news, there's actually quite a bit. A number of PAZNIA updates, some cool tools and projects I stumbled across.
The cold card hack, which is kind of old news now, but we'll examine the wider ramifications and landscape after the initial fallout, which I'm kind of thankful that we don't have to address it like right after it happened, because that's never usually fun. But yeah, good friend and hardware hacker Jamin Biconick will join us for our Freedom Pioneer Focus segment. And I've got one track queued up from Richard Greaser, which played earlier. We'll play it again. I just came across it, and it's another one of my Richard Greaser favorites. So that'll be our music spotlight for this evening. After Jamin, before or after Jamin, maybe it'll be before. I guess we'll figure out the flow. We've got a few messages for the Vonu Life digital message board. And we'll take your calls if you've got some for the show. The link to call in is PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. And it will bring you right into our Jitsi room here. You can also drop messages on SimpleX, PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio. Again, PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio. It'll bring you right into our SimpleX chat. You can drop the message there, and I will check it during our digital message board section, if not before. And then we'll spend a good bit of time on our Second Realm strategy session. A topic I've been wanting to dive into for a bit. I've teased it probably a handful of times over the past couple of years. But e-bike nomadism with solar power, mobile Starlink, etc., etc. I pondered this one hypothetically myself, but today we'll take a look at a couple of good case studies I found on FascistTube. One dude who's been on the road for over a year. He's on like vlog 440 or something like that. And he's been just traveling 7 or 10 miles a day on his bike. So we'll learn a little bit about that. And his thing, he's got an interesting setup because he's got 2 trailers on his bike, and the covers on them are solar. So I was looking for an actual tutorial, or not a tutorial, but like a walkthrough of his bike. But his entire channel, it looks like this was the start of his channel, and it's just daily vlogs. So I'm guessing throughout those 400 vlogs, you can basically get a tour. But I wasn't that ambitious. I didn't have that much time. And then there's one other video I stumbled across. He's a huge YouTuber, so I'm sure a lot of you have come across him. But it's Camping with Steve, and he's a stealth camper, and he does all sorts of kind of crazy stealth camping stuff. But then he does other other just projects like this where he built a trailer that he could pull with his bike, kind of thing, or an e-bike kind of thing. So anyway, that's what we got on the docket for today, and I do have the clips queued up, so we'll make it all nice and proper this evening. But let's get on with it. This is Self-Liberation News.
This is Self-Liberation News. No fluff, no bullshit, no propaganda. Keeping you apprised with developments regarding liberated lifestyles, PAZNIA, Second Realm gatherings in physical space and time, and more. And now your host, your humble radio deacon, programming coordinator Rayo.
All right. The music is stopped manually by me because for some reason I made that 44 seconds. But anyway, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take a little we're gonna do a little embassy build video. There's no audio to it. And again, Shadrach, our little bullshit setup, I can't actually show it to you two right now. So if you want to check it out on YouTube or Tap Stream or whatever, you definitely can. 30 seconds behind or however long it is. But anyway, this is just a little a quick little thing I threw together to give you guys an idea of the build. Let's see if I have a full screen share. Yeah, there's a full screen share. Okay. So yeah, this is the embassy build. I guess a couple of weeks ago, the basement guys came out here, and within a couple days, they had the basement dug out. And yeah, the pictures are scrolling through. Just various stages of the basement progress, which was only, again, it was only like, it's crazy. They got there at 7:30, and by like 2, the basement was dug out. And then this was, I think this was day 2. And then they put up the forms that day, and I think they came back in one more day when pour the concrete. But yeah, so there are the forms, the crew's out there. There's the finished basement with the walk out to the ravine. And the office will be, my office, or I guess the studio will be that back window. Right on the wall outside. And then there's one piece of the house. I should have gotten a better picture of the actual house when it was actually set in place, but yeah, that'll be to come. There's a lot of grading and shit to do anyway. It's not super pretty, but yeah, the crane, they brought in a big ass crane. and this is, I guess that's all it took. So it took them, I guess, it was probably like 2 hours of put up and tear down for the crane. And then when they actually placed the house, this video in total was like 3 minutes. And this was the first piece, and the second one was there within 2 minutes afterwards. So the crane guy only actually worked for like 5 minutes. And he was cool as shit. I'll get to that momentarily. But yeah, he was cool as shit.
Yeah. Awesome. How's it looking for Vonu Fest?
You
How
mean
far
like,
do you think they'll be?
So I guess it really just depends. I mean, over the next month or so, I presume most of the electrical will definitely be in there, and then all the plumbing and HVAC should be there, should be done. As far as like we've got to do the flooring, but before the flooring, we've got to get it painted. So like it'll probably be like we might be able to like cook a dinner, or have dinner, serve dinner from the from the embassy or something. We might not have the flooring down by then. I don't know how far we'll get, but the week before Vonu Fest, we're hoping to. Yeah, I mean the goal is we've got someone coming out to help with some stuff, so it'd be cool if we get the flooring done. That'd be a big thing. But yeah, there's other factors it depends on. Yeah, the video is still playing for the audio listeners. They're just setting the back side of the house on the basement. No, it's kind of wild. I didn't know how they're gonna pick up the house and set. I mean, I kind of had an idea. I didn't think it was gonna be like an exotic thing, but I just didn't see how it was gonna pan out.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's cool to witness.
And now they're getting it set, just like everything precision perfect. You do like 50 plus of these a year. The crane guy and the house, all of them, they do it a shit ton of these. They're becoming more and more popular because it's the absolute cheapest way. Even stick built nowadays, like prices are so high on everything. We looked for even before the fire. We looked for a few years. Oh shit, I didn't turn off the video for that one. But yeah, they're just dropping the second one there, and this video will wrap up momentarily. But so yeah, if you're an audio listener, this is not as entertaining. But if you're watching on one of the video platforms, there's stuff to get your dopamine going.
No, that's awesome. Congratulations.
Thanks, brother.
Do you know where they manufactured it?
Indiana.
Like what state? Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
No, the funniest part is coming up. But yeah, a lot of these crane operators. I worked at a place doing industrial electrician apprenticeship for 6 months. Nothing to shake at all. I don't know shit. But it was just funny. Like I had one of my good friends there used to smoke weed when we drive around in the work truck. So he would tell me, be like, yeah, that guy does coke. That guy does Zans. And most of the crane operators did coke. But not like they weren't like out of control with it. They just do like, a nice little bump in the morning sort of thing.
Yeah.
But with all that fucking sitting you got to do, I mean, I guess I can understand it. But yeah, now for the audio listeners, they're here on the video. The house is being the pieces are coming together, and it just looks like a house now. So I'll pause it here for a second. When the crane guy was waiting on all the shit waiting for shit to be ready, he came over and talked to me, and we shot the shit for a half hour or so. And I'll do, long story short, we're talking about how unions were commie organizations, and basically government being a scam. And he walked over afterwards and brought over the sticker, and it's a Killdozer sticker with New Heights Construction or New Heights Crane Company or whatever. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. So it's like, okay. I posted in the PAZNIA Simple X chat, and someone, I guess, rightly asked, "Is he operate a wrecking service then too?" It's like, well, I've got his number, or I've got his number now. So I mean, like, if we ever need, hey, you think you can sneak out a demolition vehicle for the evening sometime? No.
Yeah, I shared that with some friends. We have it's popular among this podcast, Rock Paper Bitcoin. So that they have a whole episode about Killdozer, and it's a reoccurring theme. So they really like that sticker.
Yeah, No, it was cool as shit. I mean, it's just like it's on there. It's a marketing sticker, one of a few marketing stickers they have. So like it's really easy. You can't. It's hard to find someone around here that likes the government unless they're getting welfare checks. If they're not getting welfare checks, then yeah, most of it's like, yeah, fuck them. So like, and you can usually get along with them pretty well. And yeah, like it's pretty nice. Good people around here for the most part. But yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. So there's a lot of other parts now that have to come together, and then hopefully we'll have to see where we're at by Bonnie Fest. I'm obviously hoping to be as close to being done as possible, but I also don't want to kill myself before then, because there's so much here, and my dad's got a couple projects we got to work on too, and then the distillery. I mean, everyone's got shit going on. So yeah, it's not a new problem for me, but but yeah, it'll be good. And then we Aura and I already talked about it. We haven't really had an actual vacation this year, so Vonu Fest week really not doing shit. So I've got that to look forward to too. So
yeah, very cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Right on. So now that we've hit some good stuff, we got a couple. I guess the one negative, I guess, unfortunate piece of news, and then a reminder for PAZNIA mutual aid request. And it's the only time I met this guy was with you at Midfest, so it's kind of interesting in that way. Again, shitty, but so I saw in the Midfest session chat that Midfest Dan passed away in the past week or two. I don't know. I'll just call him Midfest Dan, and you know who he is, then you know who he is. But he was definitely one of the half dozen or so folks that I met there that I remember very, very distinctly. We had a couple really good interactions. And after the fire happened, he sent like 11 ounces of silver. And silver is like $100 an ounce at that time. So like he just shelled out a shit ton of silver to help us out. Super good dude. Sorry to hear about it. Just wanted to bring it up here. And kind of give him a little a shout out and rest in paradise sort of thing. But he's probably in a better place now. So yeah.
Is he the one that had the water on his land?
I don't remember that detail. He had a dog. I know he had a dog that interacted with Naomi quite a bit. That's how we interacted.
But he lived pretty close to there.
He definitely did. Yeah, he definitely lived close to there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. I don't recall that detail.
He was a bit of an inspiration, and it's funny. This is the life and times of PAZNIA. So that was one of my first interactions with, kind of a real hardcore older precious metal guy, and it was really kind of eye opening just to see how close we were in our ethos and stuff. But like me being from the Bitcoin and Monero world, and him being from the gold and silver world. Right. And one of the things he talked about is just not having anyone to take over his homestead. And that really inspired me to kind of like open up what we're doing with PAZNIA and with the consulates, and being able to join up all these resources that are out there that are, completely aligned with what we're trying to do. But just really to start bridging those gaps. So now there's like all kinds of crossovers with solar punk and lunar punk and burners and intentional communities, and like everyone's starting to see the same picture of what's going on and realize that we're much stronger together.
Yeah. Certainly, but no, yeah, you're exactly right. That Midfest crew is definitely more like, we'll send you silver, gold, or money orders. Which it's so yeah, it's just different communities like different stuff, and I like it all. Works for me.
Yeah.
So whatever. But yeah, rest in paradise, Dan. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance once, and was hoping to do it again, but at least not in this. Incarnation or manner, whatever. But next we'll get through these kind of disappointing, the depressing ones. So yeah, PAZNIA mutual aid requests. Corey Hughes, Bloody History, had him on to talk about Kerry Thornley's involvement in the JFK assassination. Kerry Thornley was a co-editor to Rayo, an innovator back in the mid-1960s, after the JFK assassination. And the book we were published at LUA Publications, The Permanent Floating Voluntary Society, which was 5 articles from Innovator from the 60s. Again, these are after the JFK assassination and all that shit. Just crazy. But we published a book before I knew about it. And Corey was the one that made a lot of these connections and brought it to light. So he's probably the only JFK researcher out there worth following. One of maybe 2. Yeah, he got diagnosed with stage 2 rectal cancer, I guess a month or 2 back. Yeah, not a terrible survival, not a bad survival rate, but obviously stressful as fuck, expensive as fuck, and he's got like this weird genetic tinge. I don't remember what it was specifically called, but it makes it more complicated to treat. But there are treatments. So yeah, if you want to help him out, you can donate fiat directly to Corey. buymeacoffee.com/JFK book. Again, buymeacoffee.com/JFK book. Or if you want to donate Monero or Bitcoin, we've got a fundraiser set up on Kuno, a Monero fundraiser. PAZNIA.com/Corey, CORY. If you want to donate Monero, or if you want to donate Bitcoin or something else, I've got Trocador right there in the app. So you can, if you want to donate Bitcoin, it'll swap it for you. Very nice, nice setup there. So yeah,
that's a great platform. I've donated a bit. Hopefully more people do. The money goes a lot longer. If you spend it, it always comes back in spades. So like, seriously think about things like this.
Yeah,
there's some good ones on Kuno.
Certainly agree, brother. Certainly agree. Now on to good updates, and since I mentioned, I guess didn't mention Kuno specifically, but if you're making a small Monero donation to Corey, you got your Monero wallet open, you got the wallet synced, because that's always a pain in the ass. So if you got the wallet synced already, you might as well go ahead and purchase your entry to the PAZNIA lottery, the 50/50 raffle. It was $4 a Decenero, 0.01 Monero is like $4 when I set it up, but from the pump, it's more probably around like $5 now. So around $5 US. We'll get you one entry. I guess there's no limits on how many entries you can buy. I'm gonna do it the old-fashioned way, and basically just put piece of paper into a hat, and I'll film it and just like shake it up. If you purchase one entry, you get one paper into the hat. You get 5 into the hat, and you just shake the fucker up and see what happens. And then we find the payout address. We send the Monero to you. 50% of the Monero from the fund, and then 50% of it goes to the PAZNIA General Monero Fund to help us with infrastructure stuff here. So anyway, so to go to PAZNIA.com/raffle-FAQ, and I'll take you to the PAZNIA page with all of the terms and conditions and how to the guide on how to make it happen. And then PAZNIA.com/raffle is the link to the XMR chat page. And there's I think 4 entries in there now. So get it in there. You got time. It doesn't end until December 31st, so it's not like critical, but it'd be cool to see. So I mean, there could be a shit ton like in November or December, but it'd be cool to see some trickling beforehand. PAZNIA.com/raffle.
I definitely want to get some in there. It's when the 2 things, wallet sync that threw me, and then while it was syncing, I looked at the date and I was like, I've got time. Yep. But on the wallet sync, I just started using CupRate, which is a really, really good Monero server for linking to your wallet. So definitely give that a shot.
Okay, so it's just a connection. So just a server connection from a wallet.
Yeah, it syncs the full blockchain. It's a Monero node, but it serves. I don't know what it does different, but it syncs up faster.
Okay.
So
cool.
Yeah. I lost my Monero node recently, so I've had to try a new one.
Yeah. I had one going. It was nice. I had the Monero GUI wallet, and just left it on to spent half my cores mining all the time, just for the hell of it. I think I got like a $1 a few times, but that's not what I was doing. Be cool to get that back up and running though. But anyway, I think I've already mentioned this, but Vonu Fest 7, September 21st to the 27th. If you want to see the full event schedule, or you want a static link for that date, PAZNIA.com/Vonu Fest has our full event schedule. Now on to PAZNIA library updates. which there's really not much much of an update, unfortunately. I'm kind of at a standstill until Matthew gets a few things done. One of those being bulk or automated uploads, and a number of other items. Because I want to get like for TV shows, I did like Firefly I did manually, but if some shows I want to put on there have like 7 seasons, and I'm not going to do that shit manually. It's not worth it, especially if it's just more of like an entertainment thing. So anyway, yeah, it works. There's some great documentaries, movies, TV shows, another freedom-oriented content. Lots to come. I just sent a message for an update this past week, so hopefully things start to roll out there. But lbry.paznia.com is the link for that. So yeah, we'll get on to some news, some cool news, and I guess one kind of unfortunate piece of news, but one we got to talk about anyway. The best piece of news, one of the best pieces of news, is XMR Chat. Just dropped XMR Pod. It's similar to Fountain Podcast for Bitcoin, where you can tip podcasts over Lightning. Now the same thing exists for Bitcoin. If you subscribe to the Vonu podcast feed, which is much more than just the Vonu podcast now, a lot of the PAZNIA stuff gets put on that feed too. So if you're tuning in there, you can stream us some Monero, and your donation will come into our XMR Chat donate page, which then will get sent to my SimpleX. And it's just so seamless, so beautiful, and love to see it. Love to see it. We'll have to get Syed back on. He's busy. We'll let him roll out another development or two, so Thane has more to talk to him about. But yeah.
Nice. No, that's been a great development. It's been pretty well received on Nostr. Another thing I noticed that XMR use has picked up quite a bit on Nostr. There's a Nostr client that lets you zap in Monero.
Really?
So really good news on that front. Even some deranged people have been selling all their Bitcoin for Monero, saying that Bitcoin's been captured by suits, and so yeah, interesting developments.
Yeah. No, I can understand it. I guess if you just think about it in terms, if it's obviously it's financial, money go up isn't the goal, but that's obviously a nice side benefit. Like Monero is now where Bitcoin was like 7 or 8 years ago, where it was really awesome to use when I was like used for side hustles and shit. Because I'd get paid, and then like I'd get like a 10 or 20% bump on my pay rate, in the next like few days or a week. Like that doesn't exist in fiat, and that's kind of where Monero is now. I had a proxy merchant fee that came in, and it's like 25% more now. Like fuck yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, I started before the big pump in 2017, and that was just like unbelievable. Like just to sit there and go like, I've been working my ass off my whole life, and all of a sudden now like it's gone like 10x, and it was you come for that and then you stay for the revolution, so it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, certainly. So yeah, XMR Pod, check it out. I actually just switched over I was using Podcast Addict, but I wasn't really hooked on it per se. But the Antenna Pod's better anyway, and they just forked Antenna Pod. So it seems like a better overall option anyway. So I migrated over. Maybe you should too. Not you, maybe the listener I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, so the fucking elephant in the room that we can't not look at and kind of talk about how gross it is. So yeah, not saying elephants are gross. That's gross elephants, but yeah, shitty. So yeah, the cold card wallet's the massive detrimental bug, which I kind of with Thane on it a little bit. Seems sketchy as fuck. But yeah, it's just so I guess just a few things here, and I'm curious to get your thoughts because you might have a better take on it than I do even. But when you think about cold card users, it's just really shitty because essentially in all cases these folks did it right. Self custody, cold storage, some coin join from Spera before or something, like all of the best practices you could do. I saw some that had they had a cold card for each of their children, like maybe a couple $100,000 in Bitcoin on each cold card for their children, like gone. Some guy lost 1.5 mil overnight. Obviously those stories are endless, but like it's that would be devastating. Yeah, absolutely devastating. I guess the personal note is I bought a couple cold cards. It was around the time I bought my Noddle. I bought a couple cold cards. Might have been like 2020. But thank fuck I never opened them. Never put anything on them. They're still in their original security sealed envelopes, and they burn up in the fire. So I guess it's a little help with the fire there.
Okay.
Works.
Amazing.
Works.
Yeah. My
what
take on
your
it,
take?
I mean, I think ultimately, I don't know. It's awful. I don't know. I guess I've listened to so many podcasts about it. I've heard all these different takes, and fundamentally, we say don't trust, verify, and it didn't happen. So I think it's a real shame. It's tragic. I think underneath it, though, in my personal experience, there was a lot of Bitcoin being sat on. I think that one of the things I've noticed about the Monero community is they're very giving. I know people who are selling art in Monero that could never find buyers in Bitcoin. I feel like there's some kind of a deeper spiritual thing behind all this. So I call it a wake up call. It's really unfortunate that people lost funds. But yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, the silver lining is that whenever this shit happens, it makes people know, like people learn from it and don't make that mistake again. And then you hear about like AI assisted hacks and shit now, and like there's gonna be a lot of this shit happening, over the next couple of years, couple of years or whatever. But again, the positive is that the software and the projects that make it out the other side are gonna be resilient as fuck. So that's good. That's good.
Another thing to think about is like the Satoshi's wallets were not even. I mean, that was never made with the offline hardware wallet, air gapped with a 9-volt battery plugged into it. This was
that shit should have been hacked a long time ago.
Yeah, we need to really think about how. I mean, it's kind of what is Bitcoin? What are these? What's going on under the surface? I think we try to make things really easy for people, but there's I think you want to understand this stuff to a deeper level, and especially with all the AI and hacks that are coming out. I mean, we need to understand what private keys are, how to use them, because it's just out there sucking up everything.
Yeah. No, that's true. So I guess let me ask you about a couple few side points, and obviously a lot of this shit on fucking Twitter is fear mongering and clickbait and shit. But I saw one tweet that like, oh, so you didn't have a cold card and this doesn't affect you then. I saw one tweet that said like with the with the hack itself, that like if that Bitcoin on those cold cards was coin joined, like with coin joined and pool, if coin joined, then that reduces your anonymity set from this hack. So it impacts overall privacy and the ecosystem.
Sure. I can talk about that.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because and this isn't just the person who stole the funds, but if you look at all the people who quickly moved their funds off their cold cards, even ones that were created with proper randomness, everyone with a cold card has now, not everyone, but like the majority of people who are trying to get their UTXOs off, merged all their UTXOs into one transaction. And so they may have been really, really careful, labeled their UTXOs, they had their coin joined ones, they had their their KYC'd ones, but when the attack happened, they just went and moved them all as fast as they could to a different address. And that's going to be, I think, pretty catastrophic.
Yeah, agreed. And on that same note, again, I'm glad we weren't covering this the week after. I think this was a week after. So you, like, imagine this happened to you, and you're like, oh fuck, cold card's bad. I'm gonna go buy a ledger, and then you find out a week after that ledger got hacked, and now your physical name and address is out there now too. So like you're doubly and triply fucked.
Yeah.
From the but like I can't fault anybody for their actions. I don't know like what I would do in that situation. I mean, I don't know. It's just like it just snowballs a snowball of catastrophe.
And it's also back to the education piece. I mean, that people don't know what they're doing with their Bitcoin, and even if they try really hard, you know, it's not something that is talked about, and it's a completely transparent ledger.
Yeah.
It's
rough for sure. Let me see if there are any other takeaways here. I don't think so for that. I don't think so. We'll have to see. I guess we'll continue to, I guess, probably witness the fallout. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. But still haven't heard much from CoinKite. And some of the tweets that I saw archived from a couple folks. It seems like this was something they were aware of, and it was a choice. So like it was a design choice for some sort of reason. I won't go too much further on that. Thane put his foot down more, and I put that as a clip. So we'll go with what Thane can take the heat. I don't trust these people not to toss out lawsuits with their fake ass open source. But anyway, this next one has been talked about ad nauseum. We kind of, I guess we don't have to, but I won't even open the article. But the guy who at the border used his duress password on his graphene phone, and he got arrested for it.
Yeah.
And I guess I only want to bring it up. Maybe to take a few minutes to talk about better strategies maybe in that situation, to where you don't have to, you know, like destroy evidence. Even if you aren't like legally doing it, they're gonna you know, prosecute it as that. It doesn't matter that much, you know. So I guess better strategies, and it's the couple that I've come up with. They're not great, but if I was gonna go to Mexico or somewhere now, I would buy like a fresh phone. And not have it basically just like a stock install on a stock install of Calyx or Graphene or something, and then go across the border and then do what I need to and then wipe it before I come across. So basically a travel phone, or the other horrible option, if you aren't like loaded in Bitcoin or Monero, some of the super expensive privacy focused travel services, where they definitely will probably not do that sort of shit. So yeah, what are your you got anything there, Shadrach? I don't have much else.
Yeah, I mean that's a mess all around. I think Thane's said lots about it. One of the things I want to do with the home server I'm building is get a much better kind of backup and restore for graphene, so that you can just wipe it and then move across the border, reconnect with your home server and restore it. So I've started a little bit on that, but yeah, that's, I mean, I think not getting attached to having your phone in its current configuration, people get really stuck on where their icons are and stuff. And this was just a habit from like installing operating systems for the last 30 years, but like always think about like where you can keep the things you want, so that you can just grab a laptop and get everything that you need, either over, like you could have a Tor address or something that you're able to connect to, but not being attached to your device, I think is really important.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's probably the best advice is, just have a self-hosted, easy way to back up and restore, locally hosted. Yeah, I like that. All right, so we'll blast on to this next piece of news, which will be short. I just saw it and I thought it'd be funny to mention. So I guess a recent study by the Peabody Journal of Education on homeschooling was recently published. The results were as expected. If you send your child or your children to government schools, you're making them a retarded person. And I don't mean that derisively. I mean, I fall into this category. I am retarded at math, and it's because I went to government schools. They messed up my mind so bad when it comes to numbers that it's been hard to fix that one. So yes, I'm a retarded person. I think all of us have been retarded by a lot of us have been retarded by public schools. So I don't mean that derisively. But anyway, the newly released peer-reviewed study. Here are the results for 15 years. 15-year study. Homeschool students scored 29 percentile points higher in reading than the norm group, 25% higher in language and math, and 26% in social studies, 27% in science, higher in science. So yeah, there's never any doubt for me, but I decided I'd mention it there. And again, yeah, I understand if I'm not trying. If you're in a situation where you got to send your kid to government schools for whatever reason, if you're an aware person, you can counteract a lot of that shit with just good parenting. So,
I'll push. Yeah, I'll push back a bit. I think you have no excuse for sending your kids to government schools. You can find a way. I don't believe that. So
fair enough.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's one of that. I really do draw my line there. I mean, you can't counteract. You can never counteract what they're going to go through.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of. I guess it's. I really haven't assessed. Yeah.
I mean, there's different. There's Steiner schools. There's all kinds of things you can do.
Yeah, no, that's true. The Waldorf schools. No, you're right. No, 100% right. I appreciate you pushing back on that. Yeah, there's plenty of alternatives, and there are very few states where homeschooling is illegal. Not that matters anyway. Just raise your own children. They're your children. So yeah, I guess that's the long and the short of it.
I know tons of people that have had to move because it was illegal in their country. You do what you have to do. This is your family.
Yeah, that's fair. No, that is fair. Certainly.
Not to shame anybody, but just take it seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So I guess just a couple other things I'll mention here and briefly. Anonfirm.is. Is the website, anonfirm.is. So I came across it, and basically it's privacy-focused LLCs and banking solutions. And something I stumbled across on Twitter, and I looked it over, and I was like, wow, this looks great. This looks great. So I saw they had a referral program, so I sent them an email, their generic contact email. Like, hey, seems like a cool service to team up with on the PAZNIA Radio Network. You interested? And their chief technology officer reached out and said he was a listener to the Vonu podcast. So we've got a pretty sweet deal for the affiliate setup. And then I'm going to be kind of getting into that probably in the next year. I will have to start looking into solutions like that. So I've got their CTO that's going to handle my shit directly, which is kind of cool. And he's interested in coming on Thane's CLOAK and DAGGER. And I guess the other detail I'll mention is their CTO. I'm not gonna be able to come up with a company name, but I guess it's the first self-hosted local AI service or something. And they've got like a $10 million valuation right now or something. So I don't know. He seems like a big shit. He knows what he's doing. So I'm excited to have him on Thane's show and to work more with him. But anyway, anonfirm.is is the website. They've got a number of tiers. I'll just read through the first two to give you an idea, because that'll cover the vast majority of folks. I would think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, silver service is $5.99. One privacy preserving U.S. company, basic support, dedicated physical address which is kept confidential, and then a registered agent for the first year. Gold service $8.99. Everything in silver, and this is the one I would go with. So it's 2 U.S. companies and a parent-child structure. Apparently, this is the way a lot of like real estate agents handle their properties. Is that parent-child structure where your main company stays empty and everything flows its assets into the second hidden company. Strong protection against lawsuits plus an extra layer of privacy. Priority support. And then they do a banking introduction, because only you can open a bank account for yourself or your company. But they have connections apparently to banking, which is interesting. I don't know what that means.
Wow.
But it seems really, really, really great. And again, Rory's a listener to the Vonu podcast, so you've got a pretty damn good idea that, knows his shit. yeah, have you heard of this service before, Shadrach?
No, I haven't. But I was just helping somebody with that. I'm not sure who they went with, but this is a yeah, very very important thing. I'm gonna have one of my trust lawyer guys look at that because that's
Good, yeah, good.
I've had a lot of people asking.
Yeah, so if it's so whether it's you or anybody else, just a random listener, if you go to anonfirm.is and sign up for any tier, you can save 10%, and we get some good stuff from that. So again, Vonu 10 at anonfirm.is. If you're looking for, I guess, very reasonably priced for what they're offering, and they handle everything for you, which is what I always appreciate. And it's yeah, trusted Vonu podcast listener apparently. So.
Oh, what state? What state is it out of?
It's probably right at the bottom of the page. Let me see. Well,
I mean, I guess they're incorporating you in a particular state, right?
Oh, so there's different there's different states or different states for different situations. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's not just one. Yeah. There's options. Couldn't tell you exactly what. And I was hoping I've been emailing Rory and he's going to get me a copy for a radio ad and all that, but that's not been completed yet. So I was going to do this kind of half-ass introduction and promotion. If anyone's looking for those services and wants to help the PAZNIA Radio Network, again, Vonu 10 at anonfirm.is. And the last mention here, and Jamin was supposed to drop in, but we got a lot of news if he happens to not. One honorable mention here. I had a random follower on Twitter. There it is. Okay. So I got tagged in a post by a guy named Sonny Finordino. And said, "Do you truly love liberty, adventure, and freedom, or are you just fed up with local anarcho-capitalist agorist cults?" And it's a picture of the Permanent Floating Voluntary Society by Kerry Thornley, and this guy's handle on Twitter is at TPFVS, which is the Permanent Floating Voluntary Society, and he's following one person. Is that me? Yeah, I'm the only person he's following, and he's got 640 followers, and his bio says home of the Permanent Floating Voluntary Society, established 1966. Then it says Schneefri Nahe Pezer Bach Rostock. Which I should have translated that after. And Friends of Johnny Rockermeyer, which I did search that. Let me pull that up again. I remember what it was. Johnny Rockermeyer was... Okay, maybe that's not. Okay, never mind. Maybe I didn't find anything interesting there. But it was in his profile. And I don't know who the hell this guy is. I sent him a message and I was like, who are you? who the hell are you? But yeah, I don't know. I mentioned follow him on Twitter at TPFVS. I don't know. I'm hoping I can find out about the guy. I don't know anything more. I wish I had more, but it's one of those strange things in the Vonu world that just comes across me. So yeah, that's all I got, Shadrach. What do you have, brother? Any news items to cover? Developments to report? Anything else?
Well, I mean, I definitely was wondering what you thought about that article I posted earlier about the software company that makes privacy software for the violent left-wing activists going on the terror list, the U.S. terror list with the Department of State and the Treasury.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just to make sure I'm with you all, and also to fill in the audience here. So it sounds like the Department of State is there's a terrorist group that's AI focused or uses a lot of AI or whatever, and they got put on a terror list. Is that kind of the?
Yeah, I think they basically run the services and create the software for these groups to communicate and organize. So they cited in the article, they cited so in Berlin there was a huge power outage, like 40,000 people were out of power, but they had firebombed this transformer area, and then during the Olympics there were a bunch of train track sabotage in France, and they coordinated that, and then it also listed a few in the U.S. that had been coordinated using privacy software made by this group.
Okay. Yeah, I see that now. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, an
Yeah.
Italy-based extremist group that builds and operates the digital infrastructure for violent Antifa cells and other far-left militants across the world. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So it just, I mean, that's good to know what not to do, which is create centralized systems where you hand vet people and then add them to your group.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I appreciate. I scanned that a little bit earlier, but not enough. But no, that's interesting, but not surprising. That's some pretty major infrastructure attacks.
Yeah.
That's hardcore. That's some sedition, subversion, sabotage sort of stuff. I don't know if they're violent leftist Antifa extremists, though. They're not our people. I guess.
No, definitely. But they did throw anarchists in there. So you gotta make sure you're not a left-wing anarchist.
Yeah. Well, no. Traditionally, though, yeah, the over across the pond, it's usually the leftist variety. And yeah, on this side, you get kind of the anarcho-capitalist tinge where you can have fascists like Peter Thiel, calling himself an anarcho-capitalist and stuff, or being being called them. But yeah, no, I appreciate you sharing that. That's all I've got for news. I think all we've got for news today, which is almost a full hour. There was quite a bit tonight, and Jamin has not dropped in. I just messaged him on Signal. But what we can do for a few minutes here, and we can rest our voices and take a moment and go to our music spotlight. This is Richard Greaser's "History Is Yours to Write." And again, I just stumbled across this the past week, and it's a very metalish song, and I don't know how I didn't hear about it already. How I hadn't heard it already. So we're gonna take a Freedom Music Spotlight break here. Get some stuff flipped over, and we'll be back in about 4 minutes, hopefully with Jamin Biconick. If not, I suppose we'll just roll to our digital message board and then take our break and strategy session. But hopefully I'm planning for no reason and Jamin shows up. Again, History Is Yours to Write by Richard Dick Greaser. Please do enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay, that came to a close quick. Very nice. Yeah, I was happy to stumble across that song. That's going to be a fun one to drum at some point. For sure.
Nice.
For sure. But yeah, welcome back to the Life and Times of PAZNIA, monthly news show from Veritas. I'm coming to you from Veritas, the ruins of the old burned down consulate. The embassy has arisen. Yeah. So yeah, Shadrach, welcome back. That was Richard Greaser's. Let me pull that back up. What's the name? History is yours to write. And we do not have Jamin, it appears. I've not heard anything. I got confirmation a day or two ago. But he's always busy doing something. He's always dealing with some minor crisis or another. Flooded rooms, or solar broke down, or some sort of shit. So it is understandable. But we'll cover our few Vonu Life digital message board items here. And this first one is from early this month, August 8th. This was, I think, from Abkhazia Republica, or whatever his name is. And he posted a common privacy prayer, which I've since made into a little 20-second audio of a kid praying. But I'll just read it here for the moment. But yeah, our freedom who art in privacy, hallowed be thy exemption. Thy Vonu home base come, thy will be free on earth as it is in Vonu. Give us this day our daily Linux, and forgive us our trespasses as we burn those who trespass against us. Lead us not into jail, but exempt us from evil. Amen. Thank you, Abkhazia. That was I know that was from the heart. Straight from the heart, and I appreciate it. So next one, comments from Fagdul on the house being lifted. He posted two comments. Is it just me, or is the lifting of whole house modules kind of cool? It has some Egyptian vibes, like with pyramids and stuff. Very, very cool. And I responded with something, and he said, "Oh yes, I knew I could not be the only one who loves that kind of stuff. Floating house, basically. Magic? If they do it that often, they seem to know the secret. You should ask if they know how the pyramids were built. I want one too, but it is okay if mine is just from styrofoam or Legos." So no, you can find some cool redneck magic. Like one of my neighbors knows how to dowser water witch, and you wouldn't look at him. He just looks like a grain-fed boy from the Midwest, and yeah, he's a water witcher.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't think these people know how to build the pyramids. I wasn't sure how it was going to be pulled off, but it wasn't anything mysterious. It was just a couple of big ass straps. But yeah, thanks for the message. Let's see if we got anything else. I think that's actually it. What a boring Vonu Life digital message board. But I guess yeah, there's time to call in PAZNIA.com/call2 if you like, or you can leave a message PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio, which I suppose now. Shit, we kind of just took a break, but we didn't actually take our break. So I guess we'd have a good bit for our second round strategy session, and it would be wrong to cover that, to split that up. What I can do though, actually, so we'll do this. So there's one introductory item to this section, and I didn't clear this with you or anything. I didn't talk to you about this at all, Shadrach, but it was something I thought of and messaged Thane about. And it will be a new Pain Liberator product line. Or item on the product line, and it's a DMSO plus cayenne, or capsaicin pepper spray. So it'd be like a health product marketed as like pepper spray. Which the DMSO would burn the shit out of your eyes, and obviously the cayenne would too. And if you consider DMSO, it takes it deep into the tissues. So like that would hurt like a bitch. I can only imagine. The only problem is that. Like I could see like DMSO is pretty magical, and capsaicin, like cayenne, like it has its uses too. Like you might end up giving the person like, after the hellfire pain, they might end up being able to see like thermal signatures or something, or maybe have like 10/20 vision or something. So it might be a double-edged sword. So
is this a security product or a health product? Security product marketed as a health product.
So I don't know if it's legal. I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure. Can anyone sell pepper spray? I don't know. It doesn't matter, but I don't know. So yeah, DMSO cayenne. Just basically, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do, but it's a funny idea. It's a funny idea, and it brings to mind the merry pranksters of the '90s who put acid acid and DMSO on the doors of cop cars, and the cops would touch it and trip out. Which, yeah, DMSO is useful for so much shit. There's a lot of fun that can be done with it. And also just some industrial, medical, and health purposes, too. But that's just a weird idea I had. At some point, you might see a DMSO less cayenne pepper spray that, you could use to blind a bear or, I don't know, blind a human. I don't know. But Thane's comment on it was selling a chemical weapon as therapeutic treatment is pretty funny. Can be used to treat attitude problems, authoritarian aggression, and grandiose entitlement. So yeah, maybe you'll see a product.
I like it
on
Veritag
website.
If it's Thane approved, then we'll stick it in our go bag
for sure. All right, guys. Well, it's weird timing, weird all that, but what happens when it's a live show? We'll go ahead and take our only break, and we'll come back and talk about e-bike, solar e-bikes, solar e-bike nomadism. Break is started. We'll be back in a few.
Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. You can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com, use coupon code VONU100, Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications is your source for all things self-liberation. Featuring high-quality agorist and anarchist fiction, Paul Rosenberg's A Lodging of Wayfaring Men, and his The Breaking Dawn are two great starts. The Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki is stellar, #Agora, and more. Save Bitcoin or fiat by buying a bundle, such as the Strategy Sample Pack, wherein you can explore a few different strategies to the problem of freedom, at Current, Vonu, Ben Stone's Vision, and Second Realm, Book on Strategy. And once you're inspired to take action in your own life, head on over to the Ghost Pads and Privacy Tools tab to get yourself a Ghost Phone and Ghost Pad, and secure your communications from both the public and private spies. Stock up your home apothecary with items from Aura's Apothecary, Black Drawing Salve, Comfrey Salve, Natural Insect Repellent, and much more. And finally, the newest edition, PAZNIA Farms Canned Goods, Cowboy Candy, Pickles, Salsa, etc. Of course, all of the canned goods and the apothecary items are made with the highest quality ingredients, some grown here at the homestead. Head on over to libertyunderattack.com, again libertyunderattack.com, to check out our full catalog or to place your order today. Bitcoin accepted and preferred. Email if you'd like to pay with XMR, shane@libertyunderattack.com, or if you'd like to place an international order. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
Rayo, Shadrach, hide the guns and the drugs. We about to finna be back on the air.
This is the Life and Times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. Now, your humble hosts, Rayo2 and Shadrach.
All right, and welcome back to the Life and Times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. We're getting all set up at a break here, and it's great. I'm excited for this segment. It's been a topic I've been wanting to talk about for a number of years now. But there's still time to call in, PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. Or you can leave a message on Simplex, PAZNIA.com/Simplex Radio. But all right. Yeah.
Yeah, I really love the idea about e-bike, different use cases for them. I see them all over Europe and America, and it's pretty amazing seeing people do what they do without having to have driver's licenses or anything like that. So it's a huge, I think, cheat code that could be used for a while at least.
Yeah. No, it's pretty amazing. I started to see the potentiality, again, a handful of years ago, and I was thinking, preparing for this, back when Ray was riding back in the 60s and 70s, like there was obviously pedestrian nomadism and just traditional bike nomadism, which those still exist. Like those are still fine and all today. But if you have to be like for I guess it depends on location and all, but you got to be like a pretty fit. Like if you're just gonna be, doing it the old fashioned way, just biking everywhere. You gotta you'll be in good physical fit. It's not necessary, and also it was much more primitive back in those days. Like you couldn't necessarily live a high tech. Like you could have maybe heating and refrigeration. I think Rayo had that in his van, but you could have technologies like that, but nothing like what we're talking about. Nothing like what we're talking about today.
Cool.
And so I've ridden one of these bikes, and it was actually the first time I met you at Midfest. Thank you, Thomas. He had I don't remember, I couldn't tell you the model or whatever, but it was a big bulky off-road electric bike. It seems like they have a good bit of charge. One of the case studies we'll look at tonight, and we're not going to like Elastic, we're not just going to play and let you watch. We're gonna play the videos and talk over it and kind of talk about it. But in one of these case studies, the guy he started a channel, and it's I guess been 440, 50 days, however long it's been, and he does a vlog every single day. He moves like 7 to 10 miles every single day on his bike, and one of the problems he's running into is that he can't get his bike down below like 60 or 7% charge because he's not going far enough. So that's a good problem to have. Like if you're trying to, dispose of energy, that's a good place to be. It also means you don't need to charge as much. I don't know. I looked into it 6 months or so ago, something like that, trying to figure out, how difficult it is to charge these things by solar. Like if it's just a normal thing nowadays. It seems like it is. Couldn't give you specifics, but it definitely seems like this is becoming more common. People are realizing that. Holy shit! So like you can basically just have like a free lifestyle on the road, and not necessarily a primitive lifestyle. Like the guy I mentioned, he has a bike, one of these e-bikes, and he's pulling they're small trailers, but he takes all his shit with him, and the covers on those trailers are solar panels. And then he's got a little Starlink mobile mounted on the back of the bike, and like this dude's living he's just rolling around I don't know where all he's gone, but he's rolling around the desert right now. So it just seems it's like you wake up, you get your food, you kind of hang out. When you get packed up, which can't take long, you just kind of you do your little exercise for the day, find your new camp, and then unload and repeat. Is kind of his lifestyle.
I have Amish horse and buggies going back and forth in front of my house, and like if you replace the horse with a battery powered unit that just pulled your entire gypsy caravan around, I think there's some potential there.
No, certainly, and I understand, like I don't know, like there's certain self-liberators who might not be in situations where they can go hop off on an e-bike adventure or something, but the accessibility is it's kind of like van nomadism. It's even more accessible than van nomadism now, probably. E-bike.
But I just mean, how far can we push that? Like, what are if you had 4 e-bikes that were controlled behind a wagon, like could we just use the roads?
Okay. Yeah. Fair. Okay. Yeah, and you're making me think bigger too. Like have like automated fleets where usually you'd have to have a driver of the bike or an operator of the bike, but if you could just have the bike follow you wherever you're going, you could have haul a lot more shit with you. I don't know. The options are endless. The options are truly endless. Let me see if there are any other introductory details here. Might not be suitable for all individuals, but the accessibility is great and the potentials are great. I guess let's go ahead and we'll pop up. We'll do this one first. So this is it's Camping with Steve is his main channel, but his name's Steve Wallace, and this is his DIY bike trailer build video. I'm gonna mute this and show because I love him because he's like, I went and spent like a couple $100 at the hardware store, and we're gonna see what the hell happens.
Awesome.
So yeah, this is and again we're not listening to the video, we're not listening to it here, and we'll skip forward some. But this is just some easy to use plastic and they repurposed some old windows from other shit. Very flexible, very lightweight stuff. Because if you're pulling it on a bike, you can't pull that much. So all lightweight stuff. Getting some wheels on the thing. Sides are going up, and I just love this. I love this. You couldn't take. Maybe you could. I don't know. I'm not gonna say you can't. But like if you're as like a bug out vehicle, an off grid bug out vehicle, something like this would be really cool.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean. I'm fascinated. The possibilities are endless.
We're at a good part in the video now. The initial parts are a little slow, and I want to get to the interesting stuff. But yeah, you can kind of see the frames start coming together. And I think he had an e-bike for this. We'll see at the end. But yeah, he did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, we're skipping through. But yeah, it's not super heavy. You can drag it around real easily. Then yeah, that's very, very lightweight, flexible shit for the roof.
Wow.
Shit. That's a lot of room in there. You just pull that around and have climate-controlled environment. Never put up a tent. There might be a more sleek way, like if you did it like actual fabrication or something, where you can make it like more aerodynamic or something, like one of those R-Pod trailers, like miniaturized, to where it might even be sleeker. Let's see where are we at here. Oh, they're getting pizza. Let's see where we're at. Oh yeah, it seems to be done. Still pretty low. I mean, yeah. What, 4.5 feet tall?
Yeah, that's really cool.
So just imagine putting solar panels on the top of that, and a little Starlink router mounted somewhere. You would be ready to roll. I guess the only modification that comes to mind right now is, if I was doing this, I would want more off-road tires than that. I'm not sure those could do everything that's needed if you're going to go off-trail.
Yeah, maybe they have their reasons. Yeah, that's a whole nother.
Yeah, he wasn't building it for durability like that. So that was not his goal. And I'm pretty sure the plans are linked here as well. So if someone wanted to, roof vent critical. They've got to get her on the bike. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I started prepping for this a month ago, and I'm pretty sure I recall him saying that he put on an e-bike modification kit for that or something. It kind of looks like it. All right, let's get rolling. All right, we're on the move. And we're moving. Kind of.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, put solar panels on the roof. If they're swappable batteries, you could have batteries charging inside. And then you get about 20 of you together.
Yep. No, it's the potentials are endless. I just envision like a crew of e-bike nomad Vonuans.
Yeah.
Out there with their trailers, Not a van nomad caravan anymore. It's not necessary. Okay, so there's an actual video of him taking it camping, but this is his side channel where he goes through the projects.
Okay.
That he builds. So that's the first one. I love Steve. Again, if you haven't checked out his channel, he doesn't need any promotion. He's huge, absolutely huge. So I'm not doing promotion or anything there. Not that I wouldn't, but yeah, if you're interested in sort of stuff, stealth camping, like he'll camp behind, he'll do anything. It's entertaining stuff. But then you get some of these side projects where this one is one of those ones that we'll just say it's very titillating. Very titillating. So yeah, any thoughts? Any thoughts would you like to bring up at this moment, Shadrach?
No, I just think what we can do with batteries and if you can have 3 wheels, then we could do some pretty interesting machines. There may be weight limits, stuff like that, but combining together, like rather than having something as big as a car or a truck, just having lots of little things that can perform the same function is always advantageous.
Yeah, kind of like an alternative fleet.
Yeah.
One that might have legal loopholes. No, that's true. So I've been my dream vehicle. This is one of those legal loopholes. But it's have you ever seen those Japanese K trucks? I first saw it on Trailer Park Boys. Bubbles drives one around. It's a super small like Japanese truck, and they're fucking great. Cheap. Cheap minus you got to find one that's already here because the tariffs on them are ridiculous. 25%. But so if you get one that's pre-1999, they're grandfathered in to be legal, but they're definitely not legal. So yeah, like it's kind of similar. This is a new ground, and it's kind of like with you didn't see a lot of the van nomad regulations and stuff come down until you saw a lot of vans at Walmart parking lots and stuff, and then the local community started cracking down on it. Well, that hasn't happened yet, and it will, because it'll attract just normal freedom pioneers, but it's a cheap lifestyle. It's going to attract all the the degenerate vagrants too. So it just hasn't happened yet.
That's now we have all the flock cameras, so maybe that's the hidden meaning of flock is they're looking for people flocking to these parking lots.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, no, like this is it's kind of like the I interviewed a guy Katura Lamb, and he goes by and her husband Shagbark, and they are a family, 5 generations without social security numbers, and her family is, and she married this guy, and he was he trained hopped. He was a nomad for a long time, and he brought up one just like another just legal loophole is a 50cc loophole. That if it's under 50 cc's, you don't have to have a license for it. And I love him. He's very libertarian minded. He's like, and all you got to do is just get whatever bike you want, and then just buy a 50cc sticker, or like buy a sticker off the internet and just drive it around. But this is even better. This is even better than that.
Yeah.
To where you could I'm struggling to ponder like the places you could go on one of these e-bikes and still have access to everything. And if you had your trailer behind you, like you could have like a self-contained, like any environment you're in, if it's insulated well enough, you could pretty much survive anywhere. If you've got a little power,
And yeah, one of the things I noticed moving up to the Northeast is that the towns are a lot closer together because they were basically like a reasonable distance to get on a horse instead of in Texas. They were, how far can you get in a Model T? So it's kind of if we rethink about scope and also just connecting together lots of different pieces, there's a lot of potential there with batteries and bikes.
Yeah, most certainly. So I'm going to pull up, and again, we're just going to talk, and I'll present the next case study here. The channel is, it's called The Loaded Pickle, and this was the video that I grabbed here. let me see if we'll get to a point. And again, there'll be some skipping around here. He just records a vlog, and we'll get to a point where he stops, and we can take a look at his rig. But yeah, I want to watch more of this guy's channel, and I kind of want to invite him onto Cloak and Dagger because he would be interesting. Come on, there's got to be a shot of this.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to get more guests like that. One of my original ideas for this or other podcasts was just about like what are the legal loopholes, like where are the lines, what can we do, and like obviously putting a 50cc sticker on your bike might not get away with it, but what about like having a 50cc motor that we make that has a universal mount where you can just take an old motorcycle, pull out the motor, and slap that in. And I've seen amazing electric dirt bikes as well. People do crazy stuff with those.
Yeah. Yeah, so I remember having 2 trailers, but maybe he got rid of maybe one's not on there right now. But anyway, this is probably the best shot we're gonna find of the loaded pickles setup here. I'm not sure where the name comes from. I need to know more about this guy than I already do, which isn't much. But you see his bike with all of his gear. The Starlink thing was mounted to that. Again, maybe he's camped out here for a while and he has some of his stuff off his bike in this one. I don't know. But yeah, there's usually in this crate in the back. He's got his little Starlink thing, and then he's got a couple of trailers which have they have solar. They're just black solar, basically solar covers, I guess is what the best word for him. And he just it looks like he's camping at this point. Maybe find a nice spot to stay for a little while. But yeah, no, like he's doing it. I mean, if you want, if it's like, well, is this lifestyle possible? Is it feasible? Well, I mean, again, like whether you're setting out on a e-bike nomad journey adventure, or if you're changing the water heater on your house, YouTube University will pretty much get you anything you need. So, yeah, it's pretty incredible. I look forward to diving in more to the loaded pickle. Yeah, let's see. So yeah, beyond that, a couple other notes here talking about the scope and then the possibility here. So imagine like a loaded pickle Vonuan per se, part of the PAZNIA second realm network, and factor in as our de facto logistics head of logistics, Mr. Shadrach. Start factoring in like a regular router logistics into like a solar e-bike nomad. Like, so like depending upon where you are, it might be too far. Distance might be too far to like have a route for like trading or whatever. But like guerrilla gardening plots, like just places. It's kind of like the Smoomin super hobo lifestyle that Rayo talked about. If you've got like 6 or 7 Vonu home bases that you go to, and you're free transportation, housing, and infrastructure just goes with you to all those places. I mean, it's it's pretty it's pretty incredible.
We'll add it to the list. I love it.
A small, so it's coming together now. But yeah, like a small route where you've got guerrilla gardening plots, just scattered throughout your route, and you basically wherever you go, you have food. I mean, yeah, there's so many ways, so many possibilities. And yeah, I guess that'd be the only real the big determining thing, which it's for any Vonu lifestyle, is selecting the location. And if you're in a van, obviously your distance might be further. Well, no, it will be further because you can't you can drive on the interstate with vans and stuff. So your distance, your area of travel will be a lot further with a van. So it'd be even more important, I think, choosing where you're going to do like an e-bike nomad adventure. Like she would have to be within like, well, I don't know. I mean, again, like it depends on on details, but like maybe you want to be like 20 minutes away from a town or something. I don't know what those details would be, but yeah, it'd be more important. It'd take a lot longer to get there.
Yeah. Cool stuff.
Yeah,
Very cool.
minor logistical details. But yeah, I would certainly implore any of our listeners here to dig in further. This was just kind of a loose examination per se, kind of point you in the direction of some things, and I can't say that I will have any adventures like that, but I had already thought about next year, hopefully, doing one or two, camping with Rayo2 adventures on the homestead, just to see how they go. I've been meaning to do that anyway for a couple of years, and then this year happened, and then once we get settled back in, I want to start doing fun things again, fun things like that. So.
Yeah, I've been really fascinated with the submersibles that have been chatted about. I know Thane's talked about them a little bit, but yeah, being able to toss something in the ocean and just have it like go somewhere with a package, it'd be fun to do that with tallow soap or different things. Obviously, they're expecting, all kinds of narcotics and stuff, but it would be fun to start actually using those. And I'm interested what all the different laws are with the ocean, because at some point with solar, you could have something that transported a really great distance.
Okay, well, it's okay. Yeah. So, are you saying like have off-grid solar and then basically transport batteries?
Oh, this was for the submersible
okay.
water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, something that could just go under the water line and just it was able to navigate itself and take things all around.
Yeah. No, that's I mean, just as drones, it's kind of like the when people started thinking about UFOs, the idea of USOs entered the picture, the underwater ones, which are actually
that's kind of what got me thinking.
Kind of
because
the same thing.
How much they're always like they monitor the seas very closely, but I mean, can I just like send a autonomous ship across the ocean?
I think so. I think so. So yeah, I mean they monitor it, but there's still so much of the ocean that's been, that's been. I mean, I'm sure they're trying to do a lot with AI, but there's still the ocean's a big place. It's a very big, deep place, and governments like the U.S. military have been they've had underwater bases. They've wrote about it in their documents since the 50s, and so yeah, like it's I guess to the point you're making, the only real I think the only time laws actually apply are within the contiguous zone. There's the contiguous and the territorial zone, going back like 5 or 7 years now. And there's one that's like 10 miles and one that's like 26 or something. And within 10 miles off the coast, a country can exercise like minimum jurisdiction, like the government of California can tell people living on boats to fuck off within 10 miles,
right?
Sort of thing. And then there's the 26-mile zone is like they have like mineral rights and seafloor rights and shit. And then beyond that, there's really nothing. You're in the realm of pirates at that point.
So if we had two floating cities, we could basically send goods back and forth between them.
Yeah, I mean, there's, as long as you're not infringing, like they really don't like if you infringe upon their, what are they, like their fucking reefs or something. If okay. I'm trying to think of the particular. Yeah, don't homestead anything on the ocean. Like just float, and you're pretty much good.
Okay.
Yeah, that used to be my expertise. I was the communications director for the Marinea project for like 6 months. I wish that would have been cool as fuck if that panned out. They're doing they're gonna buy a floating hotel and put it off the coast of like Cuba and Florida. There was like it was 3 countries, but yeah, kind of like smack dab in the middle. And the dude was he was a stock trader, an automated stock trader, and he had some money, but it didn't pan out. They needed like 10 million. And that would have been so that would have been so fucking cool if that would have panned out. I haven't thought about that project in a while, but there's plenty of fail-safe setting projects. That's all there are, unfortunately. But they're thinking too big. They aren't thinking like we're thinking tonight. Like think about like a solar-powered e-bike in the water, not a floating fucking hotel. Like there are barriers to entry here, and $10 million is a big barrier to entry. It requires a lot. But anyway, yeah, we've been a little bit of a shorter second round strategy session. We didn't hear from Jamin. I guess that's all right. Maybe we'll actually end a little early tonight. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, we'll close out the second round strategy session. Any other closing thoughts? Any other anything burning on your mind that you want to talk about?
I had one thing because I noticed you use. I'm probably not going to find it. Actually, it'll just take me a second.
Sure, yeah. Take it. But yeah, folks, one more time to call in, PAZNIA.com/call2 or PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio2. Leave us a message if you want to join the show.
Yeah, Quordle. I noticed y'all had a Quordle page. Can you tell me more about that? Because I've heard they want to integrate Reticulum, or they're integrating Reticulum. So
yeah, yeah. So Doc Barber is big into Quordle. He knows one of the co-founders. He's pretty close to him. And yeah, Doc Barber is like Quordle's his like #1 thing of all time, other than his colloidal silver. But I guess it was a couple of years back, a year and a half back, when I was setting up all the infrastructure stuff for PAZNIA. I have my own Quordle. It might just, I don't even know what the name for it was. But there's a Vonu podcast or some channel that Doc Barber maintains on Quordle, and he uploads and reposts stuff on there. Because I haven't, I don't know, I never even uploaded stuff on there. But I tried to get Quordle into the mix, like in my routine. But it took so long for it to like sync up anytime I wanted to use it. And there wasn't really any use. The only thing was like I'd see a message from Doc Barber, which I can just hop on session for that. So that was really my only use case for it at this point. It seems really cool. Like they're on the right track. They've got the right big vision. But just hurdles with projects as there are with any, especially with ones with this big of a vision.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's just a bit of a like Thane's into Reticulum, although he doesn't actually use it. But
fair enough.
And then you've got Doc Barber and Quordle, so it'd be interesting to see what those two coming together will produce.
Yeah. No, certainly. I know that's part like what's starting on Reticulum is like it's first and foremost, and I need to check in. Should have Doc Barber back on. He's kind of the only. Sorry, hold on. I got a cat. All right, we got a bunch of kittens here. One of them's particularly friendly. But yeah, I need to get Doc back on and get an update on Quordle and what's going on. Because my big hurdle was the syncing, kind of like with Monero, but it's even longer because you're not just syncing like a currency blockchain. You're syncing like a store app and like basically the entire internet. The entire internet's what you're syncing. Like all sorts of platforms. So it seems like they fixed that, and they've got kind of like a light service or a light node, like an SPV sort of wallet for them, or however they would put it in their infrastructure terms. So yeah, it's probably gotten a lot better. It's worth looking into, for sure.
Oh, and then along those lines, there's a new Nostr app called Napster, where they're actually trying to recreate Napster over Nostr and Blossom servers. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Napster. I got lots of viruses from that back in the early 2000s.
I bet.
Back in my amateur days on the internet. Well, I wanted to get the music though. If it took 3 or 4 viruses and scans and whatever it took, or LimeWire. No, LimeWire was worse. Napster was pretty decent, I think. LimeWire was a lot worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to my early internet days, my amateur days. I was never into the cool open source stuff, but I figured out what I needed to find out.
Nice.
But yeah, Shadrach,
cool. Well, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, if you want to sign us off or whatever.
Right on. Yeah. So that is this evening's transmission of the Life and Times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. Certainly do hope you enjoyed it. I will hopefully. I've got the week off from the distillery, but there's a lot going on. So I'm hoping I can get archives out as I usually do, and get the down to earth tip clipped from Thane's show. today. Hopefully all that.
Yeah, that was really, really good. I just want to say, I mean, I really appreciate what Thane does, and a lot of that stuff, like you can read it, you can buy books on it, but he really puts it in a way that you can take in and kind of see what's important and what's not. So really appreciate having that on.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, yeah. No, as soon as he started that, I made a timestamp, and I was like, that's going to be a full clip by itself.
Yeah.
So, no, it's great shit all around. Great shit all around.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully I can get some of that that housekeeping, that Vonu house base keeping work out of the way this week. And I guess all for radio. We'll be back next week. Next week will be Labor Day, or I guess it's what's Labor Day? Agoras Day weekend, which is the big Status Camp. There'll be some folks over at Status Camp nearby, and then I think Paradise and our executive stakeholder John will be here next week. So who knows? You might get some sort of live primetime transmission here from Veritas next week as well. In addition to Vonu Fest 7, September 21st to 28th. We'll be live that Saturday, which should be, I think, maybe the 26th. Will be that one. Yeah, 26th will be the next one, which that will be a banger. I don't know what to expect, but that will be a banger of episode. Live transmission. We'll be together. We'll be doing the thing. So,
yeah. I think it's a full moon also.
Okay. Okay. So we'll get some bright-ass moonlight for the backdrop or whatever. Nice. All right, so last couple notes here before we close out the PAZNIA raffle, our 50-50 raffle, the PAZNIA lottery. Go ahead and get your entry now, or wait till November, but it'd be cool to see a few trickle in. PAZNIA.com/raffle-FAQ. Again, PAZNIA.com/raffle-FAQ, or PAZNIA.com/raffle. PAZNIA.com/LBRY for the PAZNIA library. At present, you can find some TV shows, documentaries. You can find some movies, find some good stuff there, but it will be much more than that. We'll have a digital book library. We'll have a low digital audio feed, which will be handled with PeerTube. We'll have more TV shows, much more stuff coming. Spotify, we're trying to replace all of those sorts of apps for entertainment, for content that you use. We're trying to make them all accessible in one place. lbry.paznia.com. Where you'll never see an ad, you'll never have a stupid fucking pop-up. Things will just work, and it'll be seamless. And you can connect if you use GrayJ, if you use one of those third-party apps. A lot of them let you connect. GrayJ definitely does let you connect to a PeerTube instance. You can subscribe via podcast feed. So if you want to subscribe to the movies channel, or the documentaries channel, or the TV shows channel, you can subscribe via RSS. Which works fantastic too. There's so many ways to connect, and again, trying to make it easy, trying to make it a very expansive platform, very useful platform. And one of the visions, PeerTube is very, very good for streaming. So the very first test is going to be setting up our own show app.stream server, so we don't got to use them anymore. And then once that's working, I've already thought of a a sort of premium service where we live stream pirated sports streams.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff coming with the PAZNIA library. lbry.paznia.com is the actual link. I don't know why I wrote it that way. lbry.paznia.com. Lastly, LiberatorAttack.com is the place to go for all your freedom books, publishing assistance, proxy merchant services, privacy tools, or wellness needs. We've got a lot of stuff there. Check it out, LiberatorAttack.com. Love to help you share your story and find your freedom in the physical realm, however we can do it.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. There'll be another 10 minutes or so of deprogramming to take us out. So maybe I'll toss in another thing or two since it is a little early. And it is Saturday night, so no reason to shut her down early officially. But please enjoy. Thanks so much for being here, Shadrach. Obviously, thank you so much for joining me, man. It's always a great time. And I look forward to seeing you here in a few weeks or so.
All right.
It will be great. But yeah, guys, I will turn you over to the deprogramming. And always remember, Vonu is yours for the making, and the second realm is yours for the building. Cheers.
Hallowed be thy exemption. Thy Vonu home base come, thou will be free, on earth as it is in Vonu. Give us this day our daily Linux, and forgive us our trespasses as we burn those who trespass against us, and lead us not into jail, but exempt us from evil. Amen.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code Vonu to help support the PAZNIA Radio Network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is Vonu. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe food. When I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you Big Spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
On the 4th of July in 1776, non-compliant individuals had a fix. They did not like being ruled by the British. They were not docile or skittish. With pen and parchment they enshrined their defiance, creating what is now called the American Alliance. Founded on being ungovernable, we carry the torch, smoking non-KYC cigarettes on our front porch. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope, the revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Drive without your seatbelt, this is what winning looks like. Take back your pride, embrace freedom, do not hide. Only fools follow the rules. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope, the revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Drive without your seatbelt, this is what winning looks like. Take back your pride, embrace freedom, do not hide. Only fools follow the rules. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope, the revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Now is the time to celebrate the past by ushering in a new freedom that will last. Adopting a mindset that the rulers are tools, embracing reality instead of psyops by CIA fools. The future is bright, let your feet fill with hope.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new PAZNIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchists, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, There's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.PAZNIA.com. Again, lbry.PAZNIA.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
There are those who blaze trails, whose actions tip history scales. They endure pain and frustration to prepare for the coming devastation. Weak men have made times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. The pioneers are in charge.
Pioneers are in charge.
Using their minds, they stand tall, moving forward while the masses feel small, creating change while others are afraid, choosing to lead instead of obey. Weak men have made times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. Pioneers are in charge. Pioneers are in charge. There's a small remnant that is scattered. They rebuild when everything shatters. They have a vision and a goal, and will never be controlled. Weak men make times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. Pioneers are in charge. Pioneers are in charge. The masses stare at their screens while the pioneers pursue their dreams. Unswayed by the whims of NPCs, they are the ones the world needs.
This is the basic law of life. And dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life,
as a result of such neglect, lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of 3 actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the 10 Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause, and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-shaped parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA,